Good morning. Okay. How's the how's the day? I hmm, I think I'm right. I think I'm right. Um, I'm unsure though. I need to check something. I feel like the thing that pops above my head is not centered to the screen on some screens. But yeah, I am so slow. It's 31 and I haven't spammed all the Discord just yet. That's crazy. I'm okay. I'm okay. The thing that I said worked doesn't. Ah, what a usual thing. No, it works, but it just doesn't work to an extent. So, ah, like we've seen better, and it's fine, but yeah. Yes, it is. It makes sense. It does make sense. It's just like a tad bit complex. Not that much complex, but I've been trying to make this bitch ass thing work and be good for I guess 2 days now. Um and it has things. Cybersect, hi, welcome on in. How are you? It has good thing. Yeah, you see on this screen it seems like it's centered, but on the other screen it doesn't. Um like there is a ton of content that is supposed to migrate, and there is a ton of thing that is supposed to go through, but the logs don't give me much, so I don't really know what's happening. And not that you know what I'm talking about, but then when I'm sending the logs here, right? So uh, the launch log is just because that's how I work. It doesn't really matter. Um, we don't really know, and we can't really know if there is or has been migration that happened. So it seems yes, based on the data that is around here, we have 1,674 items that have been migrated. The issue that we have is that the total trackable items is 1,013. So there is 661 elements that basically either have duplicates or quadruple whatever that I don't know where they're coming from. So that's a bit of an issue. Um, and it yeah, we end up with this thing of there is more space repetition SRS content that is supposed to be synced than the actual trackable elements, which makes sense because the system that I've put in place also track the question types. So basically, when we have character reading, character meaning, character uh, reading number 2, for example, it basically means that one entry will have 3 potential space repetition systems, and that needs to be consolidated. But I've been trying to work that in the system uh, for 2 days, and it almost works. It almost works. Um, but you know, like the whole thing, I need to basically like, just ensure that things are working together, and eh, it's a mess, but it's fine. It's fine. You had a nap at lunch. Mm-hmm. And you have to make food before you go to the gym. That makes sense. That makes sense. I had food. Sorry, I had lunch at 6:58. I basically came back from the gym and had my lunch. Yes. Because this morning was legs, and when I'm leg days, I usually am hungry after. It's usually what happens. The lunch was really simple, and I've been in the uh, gym bro-ish lunch or food related situation for the past few days, where I basically only have one tortilla. I mean, technically not one, but like the whole thing. Kroskeys, hi, welcome on in. Good morning. God damn. Chris, hi, 1 second. So I have like one tortilla with some skyr, which is like a protein-based yogurt, and some cheese, and some salad or cucumber or tomatoes or whatever I have. And then this morning was chicken. And I'm getting two of these. And then for this afternoon, for dinner, an hour ago, roughly, I had a tortilla with two slices of ham and some cheese and a pickle. Very, very gym bro-y food supplement things lately. How are you, Chris? How's everything? How's the situation? The clients? The stuff? The work? Not awesome? Well, that happens. We always have CSS. We have CCS. It's a bit of a different thing. Now we have some cocks. I didn't make the rules. I have some cocks. I'm fine with it. Yeah, of course, cross keys. Of course. The before I do that though, we talked about it before. These came back in the mail, and I was waiting for them. I have access to some of their limited edition thing because I've been with them for a long time. It doesn't really matter. That's not the thing that I want to talk about right now. But they have put in place the new meal section, and I have tried it out. Stony, huh? Welcome on in. And it's okay. It's not the most amazing thing, but it's okay. The salted caramel, which is the one that I have, not this one, is obviously the best because the rest is just the basic protein shake flavors, which are really bad. But it has way more interesting things. It is smooth. It's not like it doesn't clog, at least from myself. I know I have a good right hand for shake. Don't ask me why. And it's pretty smooth overall. But the width you get from the bag is the same as all salted caramel ones, so I was expecting more, but I didn't. Kind hi, welcome on in. Good job on 45 streams. That's impressive. Impressive. Cat, that's sad, but I get it. I get it. I don't like coffee. Cross keys. That's the reason. Have a good luck. That's a high buy. I don't like coffee, and I don't like the taste of coffee. I don't mind the caffeine, obviously. And these that I'm using right now, I mean, not using, but kind of using, is like, how can I say? These are the zero caffeine version, the hydrate one, which I've been bamboozled by. I was thinking that this was what I hoped it would be, and it's not. I was hoping that this was no caffeine and basically no real energy thing, but just like soda, like low sugar, no sugar thing. And then I looked at the comp, but it's not here. I mean, it is here, but it's not here. Um, and I didn't pay attention because I'm a dumbass. This is like 1,000 milligrams of taurine inside. So I was thinking of this like a on-stream thing that I can take before bed and it would be fine. But with the taurine inside, I'm like, might not, might not. So yeah, I have three tubs right above my stuff, and yeah, but I'm kind of sad about it. I wish it was like more prominent, like not deep in the drop downs because I didn't pay attention at all, and therefore I can't drink them at night. I going back to your message, right? I have Sneak. I like them a lot because it's personally UK based formulation when they were still in the EU, and therefore I'm trusting their formulation a bit better than our user sorry alternative versions from the US, which they don't have regulations when it comes to what they have inside, even though they are pretty good. Some of the flavors are pretty nice. I have tested most of them as well. Yeah, I still prefer Sneak overall, just because that's how it works. The other one that I do like is Mad Monk, which is much different. Mad Monk is a pill, which they change their website every time we go on them. But it's basically a small ass pill with the same stuff inside. So you don't drink as much and you basically drink water, and then they have like different options. This one is, I think, no caffeine, and this one is the same, like effervescent, and then they have greens for other things, and they were about to release Sleep or Zen, how they call it, and apparently it's now not here, so they probably removed it. Yeah. I don't have a link that give me free shit for sneaks. I have a link that give me free thing for everything else in the referral channel on Discord. And yeah, we have a ton of things. If you are into like finances, there's a ton of things here. If you are into recording your Mac, this is the best option, and so on. And today we have Mobbin. Mobbin is new, and now we have this. We have an affiliate link. Yay me! I asked, I got it. So, but yeah, I could also just make my own. The thing that I'm also obviously now knowing what I know and how things are built and so on in terms of supplement, these, let's take the other one. These are probably white labs somewhere in a way. Like they have formulation for some of their things, obviously, but they probably only have the flavors that are not like white labbed, but the main formulation is the same. So I would be able to potentially get like a I don't know, contact with a white lab and say, well, I need to create something that is like tailored or powder based, whatever, and then say that it's working, but without the taurine, without the caffeine, without the energy, but just the chemicals, and it's just like flavored soda in powder, which I think would be pretty good. I'm not the only one that just wants something that doesn't have caffeine or taurine inside of it, but it's just the flavors because I just, I like that. So Element is the other one that people are looking for most of the time. But yeah. Also, Morton, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's everything? How's your day going? So yeah, other than that, um, I have tested like every energy drink things uh, that that came into my feed at some point. You're right, huh? What call it? Um, like yeah. If there was at some point an ad for an energy supplement, I probably tried it. There was one. Ah, so close. There was one some years ago that was, I think, a Swedish brand, mostly tea related. They had a branding that is mostly purple, and it was pretty nice. But they had a sad aftertaste, which made it really, really bad. The first sip was really good, and then you waited the time in between the first sip and the second sip, and you had like that bitter aftertaste that is really, really, really bad and really ugh, weird. So this one wasn't my favorite, but yeah, Sneak is the best for now. Um, Mad Monk is great if you just don't want to drink stuff. And I have contacted Sneak multiple times to know if I could be sponsored because I've been basically promoting the brand every time I take a sip of water, in a way, not directly, but kinda. And, they could pay me for that. Not that some of you have converted, but we never know. I don't have metrics. But yeah, that's the thing. Lots of testing in the past. But yeah, send me a link for the review that you talked about. Um, where is it? There. Here. God damn, I can't read today. I mean, I can't read any days, but I can't read today. um, so yeah, love to see a link of Nate. Uh, so what do we have right now? Items, whatever. You have more service material items. Blah 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 blah. Let me just reply to that. I see. I see. I see. That's interesting. That happens. So the SRS having more records makes sense because we have decided, I think, that we track all the different question types in there. Mm. Okay. Vince, hi, welcome on it. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Sorry, I was in the wrong screen on this one. Um, but yeah, so today we have Mobbin, and we will probably use it a bit more in terms of what I can do, because obviously their sponsorship is pretty good, financially speaking, from my point of view. Obviously, I am the streamer, so anything financial on my side is pretty good. But it will probably also be integrated in some of the videos that are coming out. And in about 40 minutes to the dot, I think we have the last YouTube video that is coming out, which, Stony, as I said, after today, we will have the ability to get a playlist with all the Figma bootcamp and everything. The latest video is the There Are No Rules. And so that, I see the heads up now. The that video specifically is not necessarily linked to the Figma bootcamp itself. It's mostly linked to the design stuff, and it is one of the points that I've been talking about for the longest time, which is everywhere you go, specifically when you go on
Props
other places.
_TV raided my stream with 20 viewers.
Props, hi, welcome in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoy. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. But yeah, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. Why are you surprised that I'm using Claude 4? That's the thing. Kooky, congrats on the confettis as well. Welcome back. Welcome back. Props, how was the stream? If you don't need to raid and run, but if you do, as always, I appreciate you being here. If you want to stay, stay. If you don't want to stay, don't stay. I mean, I do care, but I don't care. And yeah, if you have anything to review, please feel free to send links, do things. Would love to take a look. As always, highly appreciated. Highly appreciated. Captures, captures, caps, scap. I don't know. You want more explosions? I don't know what we can do as explosions. I think you can have confettis at the end of rip, right? You rip one of the DVDs, Blu-rays, whatever, and then at the end confettis. That's a thing that you can have. You could have maybe not explosions, but something that is like an animation that says that folder has been fully scanned. That file has been encoded. You saved X amount of bytes, gigs, whatever, might be good. Yeah. I see. If you want me to take a look at it, props, feel free to share a link. I would love to check that. Funnels and overall like shop checkout flows are really, really important. There is a ton of things that I can help you with if you need more conversion, which you always do, but you know, like if you want to. Again, very important thing, you just streamed about it, and maybe you want to take like 15 minutes, 5 hours to, you know, not talk about it, which I understand. But why not? Why not? It's much more expensive tokens for more improvement and less minimalistic code. Yes. So 3.7 and 4 have been the most creative annoyance. As in, please change that border radius. Here is a new card. No. You know, like that type of things. So I know, but right now I'm in need of a bit more complexity, I would say. And so it needs to have a bit more of the token buffer that it has. So Claude 4 is a lot more available, and the context window is way greater. It also has a lot more like analysis in the tools and the things. The only stuff that I'm sad about is I bamboozled myself. And yeah, so I was correct. Cool. Uh, but yeah, I bamboozled myself because these bitches, which are gonna log me out again. I don't understand why they log me out every fucking seconds now. They said that they went out of their way to remove the limitation that they had and so on. And I was on a plan before that costed me $40 a month. And that $40 a month was giving me 1,000 fast requests. And so when I saw that the business plan, the highest version that they had, was $37 a month, and they say it was the same thing as Pro, I expected it to be 1,000 as well, and it's not. It's 500. So now I'm paying double or a bit less, like $3 less for half of what I was getting before, and that pisses me off. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish I stayed on the previous thing, and I didn't because I didn't know. And yeah, I'm sad about it. But yeah, like you can. Damn. And props, if you have links, please share links. That would be the easiest way for me to take a look at it. And here's the link. Cool. There is a third option in AI assisted VS Code Forks. There is a version that is open source and free, and basically it is API based. So as long as you have your own API, you can technically just plug whatever and be good with it. So yeah, that's an option. But yeah, I haven't tried Coder. If that's no, you said Cursor. Yeah, I haven't much done of the tab coding. I'm mostly in agent mode 90% of the time, just because it makes sense for me. It makes sense for me. But yeah, like that thing, their new page right here is really cool. They have all of the information that you need, and then they have this view, which is really well designed. And then you go into full analytics, and it looks like the old version. And for some reason that I don't understand, my cursor is in Japanese. And I don't know why. Like, I have an ID why, but yeah. Also, I've been doing a lot more analysis and brainstorming since yesterday. So, yeah. A lot. Yeah, that's not 50%. That earlier today I was at 30, 30, 30, like 33, 33, 33, but yeah. Yeah. We'll see. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's the same thing. All right, so you said active shops. Give me some context, props. I need some context to ensure that I'm not, yeah, doing things. So cute. Sorry, I knew you would do that. That is so nice. You did good. You did really good. It has a bit of an issue in the transition itself, right? That merger is weird, but but it makes sense, right? It's an image anyway, so yeah. Grace, welcome on in. Um, that's pretty good. I don't know much about tab version, so I can't really, um, I don't know. So now it's just about the cart plus checkout. I'm going to sell courses and plugins. Each product is going to have a custom landing page. So that's here, right? You will have this. So you want like a bit of a preview of that. Cool. So design-wise, you're pretty good. I would say potentially, if you have the option, make either the product cards wider, like maybe 50% of the available space around here, to have the name next to it. Maybe a bit smaller or something, because right now, if I just have the image, I'm expecting the image to tell me exactly what it is. But just for the sake of right this instant, I just logged in and I just opened the page. If I'm on Arc, I see what it is. If I'm on Chrome, I don't know what it is. So with that in mind, at the end of the day, it's just like, oh, okay, I know. So it's, eh. Yeah, I do remember the first review. That's why I said that this is the thing. Nice hover transition. Absolutely horrendous text. I know it's a work in progress. The transition here for defining what was available in terms of link, also that's kind of bad. But yeah, that's really bad. This, however, um, same size, same size. Just same size. Text size, same size. Technically, it works. Technically, it works. Yeah, that's my previous credit cards. Because I'm not using Google Pay, I'm using Apple Pay most of the time. So this is the old version, old bank account that has been discarded. Like technically, this card is dead. So I'm fine with it. Visually speaking, the description underneath is pretty fine. I would have it maybe higher, or maybe something that tells me that there is a description underneath. Would be helpful just to know that I can scroll, because otherwise I would just be here and be like, okay, so that's my description, that's all I'm getting, and therefore I'm gonna just buy the thing if I think it's good or not. But yeah, not much more than that. However, if I see this title around there, for example, that might help me to know, oh, I can scroll. Technically, I can, you know. Also, that's broken. It's probably because it loaded in that thing. It doesn't matter. Then that's fine. Your flow system after this is going to be pretty straightforward, right? Because you just have the payment options. You can add to cart, which is, doing the same thing. And if that's your cart, I would say it depends on how many items you plan to have in the shop, but overall that's pretty good. I'm seeing the same number 16 times though. $20, $20 plus taxes. And I don't know how much I'm about to pay. So, like, it is included, right? But because of how it's because that's the sum, total thing in not German thing. I forgot. um, I would probably have this here, like buy for total of 20, right in the thing. But again, I'm thinking that if I'm clicking on this, I'm gonna go into the enter your payment details, where in reality, uh, this is gonna be faster most of the times. So I don't know. No, form is good though. Everything kind of works. Like most of the things are working together, which is really good. And I mean, I understand also that the fact that you have these buttons again here, where you had them here as well, and you had them, well, technically here as well. So that might be a lot, right, of repetition, but it makes sense in terms of conversion and ease of conversion. That makes it faster.
Manbreveg just
So
resubscribed for 14 months.
why, Manbrave? Why? Welcome on in. Thanks for the resub. How are you? How's your day going? Welcome back. And it's your 10th time. Everyone is the 10th time today. You all have confetti. It's crazy. It's crazy. Everyone got confetti. So yeah, it's pretty nice. Your flow is pretty good, right? There is some repetition that seems kind of unnecessary, but you know, it makes sense. The fact that I had one, it didn't tell me that in the first page, and then added a new one, and it did that. Can edit. That's good. Can I put that to 0 and then press enter? Yes. Yeah. I think the no. Yes. I forgot if that's my fucking link. It's not, apparently. I it's this one. This one. So my shop officially, right? You arrive on this where you have my products right now, not much. Then you go on the page. The page gives you the information on Gumroad. We kind of have the same thing, right? If you're here and you want to discover some things and you want to know, like let's say I want to buy something that is not furries for once. If I'm here, right, I have my products, and so if I add to cart with whatever thing I need it to be, I'm ending up with the thing that I'm talking about, which is like I have the product description in the content, and I have wherever it's supposed to go, what is the address, what is the all of that, right? Add a tip. Sorry, that no, no, never. Um, but yeah, like I I see both points. These things, I do like your transition between pages, even though they are all on the wrong behavior. Like if I'm here, like click on this one, it's gonna slide. I mean, for you, it's gonna slide this way, I think. Right, kind of. And then I'm here, and I add to the cart, go through, and so on. Anyways, it works. That's what I'm saying. It does work. The design detail change that I would potentially give you would be to get the picture to be the same as the button, like the same black outline, corner radius, drop shadow, at 45 degrees. I feel like this could be really good to work with the rest. Adding this description here, also you have description, description, like that's the same word twice. I don't know if it's necessary to have the same word twice. And something that we don't really, I mean, we do talk about it sometimes. God damn. Text length. I know. But this is a tad wide. Usual recommendation is 7 to 12 words for ease of readability on screens. So for here, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12 is roughly here. So you have like all of this that is too much, like from here to here. So you would want to kind of have a max width of roughly 780. Usually 780 is usually good. Gothic, hi. How are you? I timed it. You can. I wouldn't. Breaking the description in columns would be kind of weird. Yes, I've been out of energy drinks C4 for a while now. I'm back on Monster because that's what I have around me, but it's, yeah. I need to explain that, but that would be for a thing. Also, we have Matty right here. That's pretty nice. That's a screenshot for Matty. Would be pretty nice. So if we do columns, there is like a bit of a harder to read type of situation. But yes, if you do the description in one column and then the main feature in the other columns, why not? But based on this one, it might not be good enough because the only thing that would be willing or good to put on the side would be the premium features because it has the same basic like title weights, and that, I mean, it works, but it doesn't work. It's a lot of text. Not against it, but yeah, it's overall pretty good. I do think again that I'm playing with the buttons. That this page is good. The transition in between I'm adding this to my cart could be a bit of a different thing. Like right now, it reload the same page with that banner at the top compared to other website that would bring the side, you know? Have a good rest of your day. Props. And when you come back, we'll take a look at the rest. But yeah, it's pretty, overall it's pretty good. That's what I'm gonna say. It's a nice transition, nice design, nice IDs, and coherent design overall. So I do like this. I do like this. Good job. Good job, as always. Um, but yeah, no, the man break for you. I'm gonna struggle. God damn, that's not the screenshot we want. Uh, my neurologist, yes, neurologist. My neurologist said that every time that she takes my tension, like heart rate and well, heart tension, blood pressure, all that, I'm kind of in a high level compared to what I'm supposed to be for my age and where I am. And therefore, last time I went there walking and I had a C4 before. And so I put the fact that I was at 14 in her specific like graduation to the C4 for obvious reasons. So I stopped drinking because I knew that I had like an appointment with her 2 weeks ago. And I went there walking again. It's nice, it's not far away, it's like a 45-minute walk, so that's fine. And I was still at 14. So she asked me to buy an at-home checker, you know, the arm thingy that just inflate and then check your tension, whatever. And some days ago, I took a picture of my trash, what I was about to throw in the trash, and it's the box of the thing that I'm using now to check my tension. With the thing that I had consumed almost on the same week. So all of these are monsters of any flavors on both bags, and everything is going into the recycling bin, like the yellow bin for us in France. The thing that is kind of sad is I'm at the exact same value when I wake up, when I have a monster, when I come back from the gym, when I just ate. So I guess I might be high in tension in general, but yeah, that's the thing. Also, the other thing that I didn't really showcase was this. This is from the 27th, so it's been like a week and a half. Basically, just a week. This spike right here is me eating a burger. This was such a fat ass burger that my entire body reacted. Like basically here I was eating it, and then here I was struggling to go back down. The digestion was yeah. It was one of this time where I went to my regular burger place and the guy says, "Oh, we are trying the double smash burger lately, and it's kind of popular. So it's like, you know, double cheese, double patty, double pickles, double things." And I'm like, "Yeah, you know what? Whatever." And I shouldn't have. Having a heart rate of 145 while eating makes no sense. Makes no sense. It's not supposed to happen. Yeah, it's not supposed to happen. So yeah. Other than that, that happens. This one is good. I I you know I liked it. It's pretty nice. It's a nice lime lemonade type of thingy, and it's a bit better than the regular lemon one, which is the Australian lemonade that they have. But yeah, it's a nice one. It's a nice one. But I wanted to buy another one, and then I picked this one instead because I didn't really look where it was on the shelf. Like I looked at it, I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna pick this one." and I picked it and I put it in my bag, and I didn't really realize, and then I went to pay, and it was the pineapple version, which is fine because I like them, but it happens. So yeah, that's eh. Also, cat the full picture, because you can't see it. That's the full picture, which is very pink and very pixelated, very pixelated. But yeah, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't think I have more. Yeah, this one is kind of weird. This one is just an orange juice, not you know. Um, Other than that, the things is just cakes, and I want this one again. They don't have it no more, and I can't wait for them to restock, and they haven't restocked yet. So my local shop is kind of emptying the shelves lately of monsters, so I'm guessing next week or this weekend maybe a restock of this. Please. Anyways, so yeah, no real C4 drinking much, like not anymore. The gym still has C4s, but because I'm going in the gym in the morning, like at 6 when it opens, and the guy that I'm talking to and exchanging monsters also, I just turn into a slideshow for a second, as always. Um, uh, isn't there? They are there at like 7:30, so basically when they leave, yes. So yeah, um, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Though a box of four is kind of sad. Not gonna lie. Box of four, 7. Mm. Mm. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. We don't have the boxes right here, so that's kind of sad. That is kind of sad. And another thing that is kind of sad as well, um, the the new shop that I'm going to is bigger than the one that I'm going to usually. They have more monsters, so I go there more often for that reason. But um, the the thing that I'm sad about is that the small shops that I usually went to before I went to the new one, I haven't set foot there unless it's on a national vacation, national holiday type of thing, where they are the only one that is open. And that basically means that I'm probably not the only one in the the area to go there. So that shop is probably gonna die based on the foot traffic that is way less than usual because of that new one that just opened. So yeah. Um that happens. Stony, that's pretty cool. That's pretty good news. That is pretty good news. Um so yeah. Also, Cross, did you send me a link? Or did you not send a link yet? I don't think you sent a link anywhere. No on Discord, no on, you know, where's the link of the thing you want me to take a look at? Um, just send the thing. If you send it and I see it in the chat, I can put it in the sidebar, and then when we move topic or change person or change review or whatever, it just, just go there. So, yeah. Um, Marcy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? I Fuck on. Yeah, that happens. It's
Yamarchi
up for
is
the
now
follow.
following.
I feel like that's not how I'm supposed to pronounce your name. I mean, you have two A's, two C, two I's. So, yeah. Marty? Ah, well, come on. Give me some context on this. Do you have some login? No. Marcy, which come from Marcel. With an S, like an Italian S, or yeah. Cat, that is the usual thing to do. So you become normal. Everything is fine. Client gave zero feedback. That happens. So please out off your ass. Cool. Bluestone Accountancy. All right. Um, it's too sweet. That's sad. Oh, because you have creatine that is flavored, right? Ah, yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I get that. As long as I don't pronounce the C like a K, you're good. Then we good. We are good. Yeah, that's what I assume that this was an empty space for something. I don't know if it's necessary to have something here, to be honest. Um, you know, you might just need to put that here. Be good with it. Um, but that needs to become sticky, or it needs to be at the top from the start. Um, you have different sizing, so that's okay. This feels weird, the fact that it's a tab, but then your header is not a header, it's just a navigation in the center. Um, alignment is fine. Testimonials are okay. A bit weird, but okay. That's the same thing, that is okay. Not much more than okay on this one. And that is useless, but that's fine. Okay. Okay. So, um, easy changes. I would put my header or your header, this thing, at the top and static. Sticky thing so that it's always stay there and the user can just navigate through. Then you would have your header, hero header, with your image and potentially your things. In terms of how users have common habits of layouts, and going back to, you know, Lapa, because it makes sense. If it's like a SAS is going to be the easiest. We usually have text, image, text, image, text in the center, but image text is not necessarily the thing that we are not supposed to see, but like used to see. Most of them are either fully centered or text on the right side and image on the left. The reason for this is the pattern of reading that I hate this. Most people, right-handed people, and the way that most languages are read is right to left, and therefore, left to right, sorry, and therefore, people are expecting to see things starting in that very, very specific point, which is right here. So for you, I would do the logo around here, and then that might not be necessary. But yeah, underneath the header, that's a no-brainer for me. Then here, same thing as earlier for the size of this block of text might be a bit too wide for me, but you end up in the right spot. But maybe that whole section, that whole column that you have is currently 1200, 1500, 1400, 1500. Yeah. So having it at like 1200 is the usual thing. Like 1280 is my usual thing because this is the size of an 11-inch, 13-inch laptop that is not that big but still functional. It's not a Chromebook. Chromebook are a bit smaller than that. What? Right? 1280 is the usual thing. Why? Why so many emotes today? I appreciate that. Same thing here. And the point that I have here on this one is the usual blocks for testimonials is testimonials, testimonials, not side to side. So I'm fine about it. It's okay. It's okay. You can do that. You can do that. Let me open. Not that. Let me open. Where you at? There. I forgot if I have. We do. We usually have them like these, so it's just easier to wrap your head around a vertical system for testimonials, or you have them like this when you have like a better, bigger image, but that's usually not the case. Like most people don't have access to this. So, you know, um, from my point of view, I would do that. Um, you can have like a max width. Oskies. You can have a max width. Like, I see. I see the changes. I see the changes. That's way different than what I expected. Um, Therefore, your mobile is pretty good, and that's okay. Yes. Therefore, these buttons, the meet the team and our services, should be full width, just to makes more sense. That's fine. Your background image is a bit strong. It might benefit from being a less visual thing. And then that needs to be a line left. I mean, the other way for you, but like a line left. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. But yeah. I haven't followed through, but yes, you kind of need to. I got the thing. Yes, cat, you need to change the emotes. That's what you're saying. So left align is going to be way easier. As a reminder, I know that you haven't been here long enough to know what I'm about to remind you about. This is useless. The footer, if your navigation is sticky, the footer is absolutely useless. It has no benefits, and some people used to say that it is like backlinks and SEO related stuff, and you have whatever. It's not true at all. So these links, useless. If you have them here, like these 5 links, you can remove them from here. Same thing on here, like all of these, useless if you have your header sticky. And then that, why not? But that could be smaller overall. Um, I it is useful when you have more information. So for example, if I go into no, that's not gonna work. If I go into this one, maybe. So if I'm here, right, I have no header that is sticky until I reach a certain point, and then I have like quick access to stuff. However, here my header is basically just giving me the first page of each of these. But if I needed to get like the career, the partners, the things, then yes, that footer makes sense because there is a lot more stuff in there that I don't have access here. That's the only reason why footer exists. If that is like not what your website has as a footer, was not necessary, and specifically if your header is the same, like there is no need for the footer to be anything other than the main action you want them to take. So for me, it's like, oh, you've reached the end. You want to work with me, and therefore it's let's chat. So, yeah. I think yeah, but also it's already something that you have. Like you are not really paying attention to this, but your navigation is already sticky here. So I don't understand why it's not already on this one. Like it should be. It makes sense. It just makes sense. Like this being here and staying at the top so that you always have access to your buttons, right? It kind of makes sense. That privacy policy thing needs to be here, but I'm lazy. Oh, that's ugly as fuck. I need to fix that. No one does this, anyways. But yeah, fine. Again, I'm going back here. This is sticky, and I feel like if we go into any e-commerce slash whatever service section, I think we have a service section. We don't. Let's do software. I mean, the SaaS is basically the service section. Let's do SaaS. It's gonna be easier. I feel like if I open this, if I open the random one that we don't see, this one, I feel like we should have a sticky-ish. That's weird. I don't like this. I can't go back. I need to go back. But nonetheless, this has more links. This is sticky. That's good. Ooh. Sorry. I mean, you can be a week and not a weekend designer. That's also an option. Sticky as well. Like I'm just used to it. And the main thing for me is if your navigation is not accessible in the sense that people can't access it, not accessible in terms of accessibility, it's not a good navigation. Like you are losing potential navigation. Like if I'm here and I want to go to our services, well, I'm getting to our services, and but then I'm here, I reach the end, and from there, obviously, because I have the footer, I would navigate back to home, but right now it's not linked, so that doesn't work. However, if I had my header already, which is the thing that we have here, we just do that, go to contact us, go into the contact form, scroll a bit, do something, and then go somewhere else, and like really, really quickly. So that makes more sense to me. But if it is mobile first, which is what you said, your mobile version is pretty good. Saw something for a second that wasn't good. So your mobile version is pretty good. The text might be a tad tiny, but at the end of the day, I don't really care about that. This is 16. 16 is fine. 16 is fine, specifically on mobile. 16 is fine. This is good. Potential layout. Testimonial is pretty good. It works with swipe. I would have the edge of the next one visible so that I know that I can do something about it. Yes, can. I mean, I understand what you mean, but yes, that happens. So, this is a pain in the ass. In order to achieve this, you need to basically have your entire website to be 0 of padding. And then have padding on everything else. Or you can just make this overflow visible instead of overflow hidden, and your cards themselves being a tad bit smaller to have a bit of a give. But yeah, no, that's like here. It doesn't really bother me that it doesn't have a visual, that there is something else, because I have the arrows. But here I kind of do need to know. Like, for all I know, these dots might be a visual addition that you wanted to have, and I just am not aware of it. Like graphical things. So yeah, these buttons. I said full screen, but I might be wrong. I think button links would be better. I wouldn't, but you can. You can't hear that. But yeah, I wouldn't do auto scroll, but I understand. But I would. It's distraction for no reason, but it might be useful. Bitch, where you at? There. Right now you have buttons. Button link. So button link is basically something that has a combination of an icon and a text, and usually the text is underlined because it's a link. And it can be bigger, it can be smaller, whatever, but it's basically a link, and you get something that looks more integrated. So you would have something that would be like text, text, text that says meet the team with the icon next to it, and it might be a bit bolder, it might be like different. 1 second. Good. People that call me at this time, I don't know. However, it was a real person this time. So you would have that, like text for the header, text for the text, and text for the button itself with the arrows next to it. Would make more sense, but make it a bit less intrusive. The thing that I was about to say before that person called me was you are using colors a lot, like a lot. So what do I mean by that? Using color in a website is usually recommended to only use it when it's necessary to guide the eyes to a spot. So if you have something that you want your user to pay attention to, you would use your primary color. So here you have your navigation that is in your primary color. It's a bit strong, but why not? Like that might be good. But then um, you would have like your eyes go there and then there and there and then there and then there and then there, and it's more distracting than anything. And I know that your client might say like more colors, um, and so on. So I get it, right? Limitations and shit, but more color necessarily or doesn't necessarily means that it's better. I think that's a presentation template, so that's different. I should have said landing page. Accounting, landing page. Right. I feel like what they have is really similar to what you currently have. But if I'm looking at it and you see the colors we have, because we don't have much. We have the button here that is in color. We have the hero header, which makes sense, right? And then underneath, not much color. This is important so that it has a bit of color. Not much color still. Button, that is important. Colors, so your eyes know where to look. And then there is like this illustration that takes the color, but it's darker, which it looks darker because it's smaller. Still no colors. Color because this is a button. And then color here on hover. So overall, the amount of colors on this page is way limited compared to what, the client might want. But overall, right, you could 100% get something working without necessarily have too much color all the time, all the way, and so on. So yeah, for reference, potentially this one might be interesting. I don't know. Depends on you. Um, I'm seeing these, and yeah, they are kind of the same. Um, that's really accounting, yes. Not saying that because it's the same as this, but that is really accounting, yes, 100%. 100%. Um, that is what I would have gone for. Also, this one is 99 bucks, so, you know, maybe not. I mean, 99 bucks here. As always, this is on the internet, meaning that it's free somewhere. Congrats. Congrats, game. Yeah, is this one the same thing? Did is the one that I sent you also something that is paid? I don't know. I don't feel like it is, but maybe it is. Um, yeah, I mean that's kind of similar. It's a bit less aligned with what you wanted to have, but eh, it's fine. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. If you want something that is a bit more core accountant, whatever, it might be a bit more complex to get because accounting is not necessarily something that is related to core and fun and punchy and so on, which is, makes sense. Um, but I mean, at the end of the day, everything is the exact same for every industries. It's just you need to make sure that the content works. And so here, whatever lending you have, the best it would be. So from my point of view, and you said that you haven't had feedback from the client so far, or at least not good feedback, which fine. um, yeah, I mean, I think you could go into the coolness part, but it's probably going to be a bit of an issue. Nonetheless, header fixed. That's for me. That makes sense. Secondarily, option or second thing, there is a ton of text. I'm not reading that. Like, first of all, the probability of me being on an accounting site is close to zero because I have my accountant, and she's family accountant since my dad, so I I don't need to care about it. That's the first thing. Second thing, if I'm looking for an accountant, I don't want to read. I want to know what you do, and no life stories, right? Um, I I think who would do that better? Landbook? Maybe, maybe. Something like this might work. That's the usual. That's what I'm seeing most of the time. This one is really simple as well. It could work, but it's not necessarily the same thing because your current process or issue is like it is human based. It's not necessarily software based. So yeah. This, right? That I mean, first of all, good man is I mean, I guess no. It's the slash parenthesis that added it. That is still really much dated, and I don't know if I would say that this is going crazy, or trying to be cool. I think this is 2018. That's 2018 accountant to me. But these are kind of crazy. Yes, 100%. That is not. Uh, that's really dated. This is for me. This is some of the website I've been working on when I was an agency in 2015 for 2016, 2017 type of thing. So, yeah. Eh, I do mind it, but I don't mind it. So, this is better overall. It has more content, but it has less content as well. Um, the there is sobriety behind it, right? Most of the colors are muted, kind of pastel, but not really. If you want, you can 100% take this as a reference and change like the colors and shit. But you have a ton of visuals. The difference between the visual that we have, let's go in full screen desktop. Here, you may not be able to get like a bluestone accountancy thing. Like that stone might not work. for accounting. Um, it might not. The second thing is this. Uh, I mean, what the fuck? I know it's not you, right? But what the fuck? Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that from the pictures. I think going back to going back to Brett again. Brett today shared like a ChatGPT prompt thing where basically he prompts on ChatGPT, create an image on Midjourney, use Runway to like use the Midjourney image to create a video. You could 100% get into creating something that is based on the images that you have and create like a looping animation video, something that would be used in your header, in here, somewhere else to bring some interactivities here. Because right now, from what I'm seeing, this is mostly the same thing. This is mostly a 2016 website template that has been restyled to get the content that we have or need. But yeah, like this section, for example, for me would be at the bottom. The journey as well. Like these blocks might be the thing that I have in the hero section because it's similar to this. Something like this. Kind of, not really. But like this is basically what you want. I see. Well, no. How much are you getting paid for that? Are you getting paid for that? Like this section specifically. Ah, yeah. Goddamn, I had to switch my brain to French. Yeah. Kinda. Yeah, you kinda did. You kinda did. Yeah, that's better. No, it's not. Okay. Okay.
Consciousness is a fundamental aspect of our existence, and its origins and nature remain mysterious. If consciousness is a product of the brain, it would be expected to cease when brain activity.
Goddamn.
The existence of entities indicate that consciousness exists beyond bodily death.
Goddamn. That, you know. Why is complaints the first thing? What? I mean, it's an accounting thing, but common sense, guys. Common sense. What do you want your clients to do? Complain. Yes. Yes, that's the first thing I want them to do. I want them to hire me and then come back and complain. That's the first thing I want. Yes. God damn. Like put your testimonials first. So this is dated as well, and I get it. I get it. Um, who? Yeah, I don't think this one would be way more complex because this is like a software-based system. So not really integrated, not really working. That picture looks really weird overall. The cutout is kind of off-putting. So I wouldn't take that as a reference. I would take this one as a reference for some of the blocks for sure. And one of the things that I will say is if you can, and I know you can, home, about us, our services, and contact us should be on the homepage. So there is a bit of a need for reorganization of content. The services could be just a section on the homepage. The about us should be a section under the services. The contact us should be under the about us. And the home should be the hero header section thingy. So for me, you would have home services, about us, contact us, or even whichever side it is, but like one single page, nothing else. I think it should be a single page with anchors and potentially secondary pages for like blogs and team and what we do is services. But yeah, something like this where you have all the thing that you need in one single page makes a lot of sense. But like, yeah, you can have multiple pages for SEO related thing, I understand. But for the sake of having like this one is way too big. But it makes more sense. Well, that was weird. I saw something for a split second when I was hovering the fucking thing, and it had like an unwanted underline thingy. Anyways, going back there. So for me, it makes a lot more sense to have one single page, anchors, with blocks, and then sub pages with more information. But if your main page, homepage, is a minimalistic, straight to the point, here is what we do, here is where we are, here is who we are. Do you want more information about what we do? You can click on the learn more, and that sends you to the page itself. Yes, but the home section should be a single page with all of the information. So I would reorganize as much as I can to, yeah, it's the fucking same thing. Yeah, there's not a lot of accounting references for designers for sure. That is for sure. Yeah, I think you should rephrase. Oh, that's new. Ooh, ooh. See, it's still outdoorsy and all that, but it's more fun. Also, that's on-chain content, Web3 related bitch, so I'm fine with it. But that footer is cute. That's cute. That's cute. That's useless, but that's cute. Yes. Yes, that is. Yes, that is cute. Uh, I love this logo at the top. When you go back home, it just goes back. That's such a neat, subtle transition. Useless transition. It's cute. Obviously, this is a designer-related website that I'm taking the inspiration from. It's gonna have cool stuff. Also, there is like seagulls in the background. But then again, this is like a very much software thing. That's not necessarily what you need. I doubt Maximus Stuff One has accounting related stuff, so uh, it doesn't. Cool. I guess finances maybe. It does one, and then the rest is behind the paywall because they are bitches right now. Oh, I can't type right now. That's even better. Back here. Um, they basically want this, right? That's what you're saying, right? They want that. They want to be cool. They want to have flashy and useless content. That's so Web3. Um, yeah. What's the budget if you're willing to disclose that? How much you're getting paid for that? I don't know if you said earlier and I didn't see because I have potential other things as IDs, you know. Unless you tell me like they are paying you $300, in which case I don't have IDs. That is close to the same size. About 10 days of work. I don't know how much you're getting paid. 10 days of work for me is not the same as 10 days of work for you. We talked about that last time. So yeah, it depends. Not that it doesn't really change for what I'm about to say. Um, the Envato and Team Forest, um, or Theme Forest things, the design templates for uh, built like websites that already exist. I forgot if it's this one or if it's somewhere else. I'm guessing it's because I don't have much. Like some of the themes, I don't know what they are using in the background. I do not know. What? If it's WordPress, WordPress. If it's something else, something else. But going in there and finding yourself a template that is finance related, accounting related, is going to be potentially easier for you to just find a thing and say, we're going to use this, uh, right, as a base. And like, I don't know, on your end, you see that it's something that is similar to what they currently have. And it could work and it could make it much better. And you are okay with just saying, I'm going to take one that is like random. I think this one is going to be okay. This is $14 for this download specifically. And maybe you can use that, rebrand the content, and be done with it and save 500 and, well, technically 582, no, 72, 78 pounds on the rest, and just £578 would be for your time to transfer the content. But for me, that would be for these types of clients that are like, for myself, low budget. This is basically what I would do. I would go in there, find something that is already existing, that has templates, responsiveness, and pages, link built in between the things, and then just rebuild on top. Obviously, UI8 is the only one that I would go for because, you know, it's just makes sense for me. And they do have coded templates here and there. Most of them are mostly designer related stuff, but you know, I mean, technically, you never know. There might be something in there that you're like, oh yeah, cool, that looks amazing. That's exactly what we need. And this costs like $99 and it has like everything we need. And the only thing that I need to do now is just get in and change the data, change the thing, and they will be wowed by it because it's just, oh fuck, it moves. I don't know. So again, this is a strategy that you can have, should have for very, very, very low budget clients. And again, based on the tech, like this one is a Framer template. So that means that you would have to have the client on Framer. And that might be an option. Usually for low tech clients, this is not an option. But yeah, like this whole thing is really cool. Might be a bit too cool though. For what the client is. But yeah, that will remain forever the recommendation, if you can, or if you can't. If you can't come up with a lot of things because limitation from the client side, from other things. Shit. This one is a Figma template, so it's just $30, but it's a Figma template. That's it. What else? What other? I guess finance is the thing. But it's also mostly Web3 lately. That's not good. I used to. And now I'm just in a position where my prices are so high for most clients that are in this realm that I just say, well, this is my price. This is my entry level. I start at here and you are there. So I have other people that I know would take the job at this point that are really good, and I will just send them to that person. That's usually what happens. The privilege that I have is that because my prices are so high for most people, I have the benefit of just taking 1 to 2 clients to 3 clients per year and be good with it. So yeah, and on top of that, I also have like the referral programs, which is basically if I have someone that comes to me that says, I need something to be done, and I'm like, yeah, I can do that. This is my price. And they're like, I can't do that. I'm saying, cool, I can send you to someone else. That someone else is basically giving me a bit of a cut on what they make in total. So they try to upsell that to get like higher than what they were supposed to pay in the first place. But then, getting a bit of a something, and same thing. If someone else is giving me some business, I'm giving back some cuts. Usually it's 10 to 15, like 5 to 10%. 15% when it's a big clients things, but yeah. That's the thing. The last, like, I hate doing it, and I would rather not if I can. But if I can't, this is still an option. Like, you can 100%, even though you are getting paid right now, find someone that would be willing to transfer current data into a new template for less than what you're getting paid right now. So if you say, we have this website and we need to transfer it into a new WordPress template, and I don't know, that person right here is saying that they are doing it for $70 at a minimum. Again, I don't know. Like, maybe you are going into premium territory and it's like half of what you're paying or you're getting paid. But maybe you just have like 2 pages to do or 1 page to do, and it might be a thing. I am kind of as well. That's why I'm saying, like, I really don't like to do this, but sometimes I don't have a choice. Like, sometimes there are things where I know that my deadlines are so close, and there are things that I don't have the time to do, and I would rather focus on the thing that I would prefer doing or be doing. The thing that I would prefer do, yes, French. And therefore I need to offset something onto someone else. And on Fiverr, on Contra, on other platforms, there is people that are usually available for something that comes into your budget and would work. If you do have the time, do it. If you do have the time but you hate doing it, consider. And if you don't have the time, well, maybe consider more. But again, I don't know what's the tech behind you. I don't think you have answered that. So if it's like a framer thing, that would be way faster. Because again, like, framer templates, there is so many, and there is so many things that you can basically use. All of these that I'm looking at right now are free templates. And so there is probably one person that has created something that is like a coach. Like, I'm looking at, not this one, this one. And that might work for the sake of, yeah, I saw that it was on Astro because of the name and also the fucking URL that is an Astro thing. But, like, why today? Why today?
Axolotti raided my stream with 30 viewers.
Axolotti, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask, as always. But welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate 2 raids in a row. That's crazy. That is crazy. Again, as always, if you need a raid and run, feel free to do that. But if you want to stay and have a bit of a design chat, you're welcome to stay. We're currently looking at some design references for someone that has a client that is an accountant, and
Magnus asked one is now following.
need to have some updates on their website. So that happens. Sen. Thanks a lot for the compliment. I appreciate it.
Axolotti is now following.
And Venom. And Magnus. I can't read. I'm dyslexic. I can't read.
Princess Monet TV is now following.
Welcome in. Thanks a lot for the raid. Appreciate it. And thanks a lot for all the follows. Magnus, Axolotti, Princess. Appreciate it. Yeah. I don't know what you do, but maybe for those of you who are here, go check them out. Well, maybe they're good. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see soon. So we're looking at things right now in terms of you yap a lot. Same thing here. Streamers, right? Yeah, we do that. We do that a lot. That is what we do. Fair point. Fair point. Thank you. Fair point. That's the yapping. That happens. The fact that you have no branding and no style guide and no visual feedbacks yet is really sad. Does Astro has rewind? Does Astro have templates? Like, do we have templates things or people that have built themes? The same thing, right? The exact same thing. Maybe you have themes in there. I have played on. Sorry, let me rewind that. I have worked on one game once in 2015, and it's a phone game for an IRL escape game. But that's it. The only other game that I have built is this. And this, if I explain it or showcase it, because, you know, that's easier, is this thing, which is my Japanese language learning app for iOS and Android for now. macOS, if you are lucky, it kind of breaks, but yeah, sometimes. And yeah, it's a nicely game-y thing. But yeah, no, I'm not a dev, and I'm not a game dev. I'm in game dev category because we do the design for stuff. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the only thing that I've built lately, at least. Nah, it's fine. I appreciate you asking. Stay across. I would potentially go there. Yeah, no, I know my bot is kind of weird. So it counts you the first time, and then it counts you second time on your second message, which is for no fucking reason. I mean, for fucking reasons, but not much. It happens. I'm sorry. I built it myself, and it's bad. Oh, it's okay. It's just 9,000. We also have this one, which is lower. But yeah, I guess this one might be. No, it's not that high. I guess technically might be highest. Yeah. Yeah, these are highest. So, I guess if you go in there and you find something that, you know, is available or is good enough for your point of view, again, that I'm really saying that it might be easier for you if it's built from scratch and it's like already SEO based in terms of URL, so you need to keep the same structure and you can build some from scratch, whatever, you might go faster with, I don't know, I'm here and I'm like, damn, this thing looks good. How much did it cost? Can I implement something on top of that? Would it be working with what I'm trying to build? Yes, no, I don't know. But like basically because you're saying that it's Astro, this is Chadsian block. That's pretty cool. The UI is going to be mostly updated and up to date. Most of the pages that I'm seeing right here are pretty good. You have the mainline for $79. So yeah, yeah. If the building part is easy, I would build first and then find the content later. I know that finding the content is the worst. I know, I know. Again, when I built this, I built this, and that's it. And then I said, you know what? I kind of need to have a description and some previews. And then I just said, you know, that I just 4 fucking previews with the exact same thing. And then why not have some testimonials? And since basically like 3 days ago, I finally added the blog here. They were there before, but like they were not available. So now we have the blogs. You know, this website has existed since November. So yeah. You have what do you mean reconverted? As in you are unsure if you like it? Or as in you have gotten it back a second time? Which one is it? Which one is it? And Cross, to go back to like oh, you know, I now know you like it, I guess. I know like it. I think your keyboard is broken today. I mean, it's broken every day, but it's broken today. I now like it, yes. If you really want to get something and to get some inspiration in to make sure that you have the content in the way that you need to have it, I would just do that. Find templates, find things that already exist that are with content types that you need. So these ones, not necessarily the right thing, right? But yeah, if you compare this accountancy sites to Folio Mark from last week, it's so much easier when you have some visual starting points. Yes. Yes. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you go here and you say that this page, for example, in this layout is good and that's what you want to have, I would take that as reference and just, you know, just use it as an inspiration base, because you can really quickly go in one of the websites that already exist and not necessarily do that, but you know, not do that either. And find something, and then take the blocks, and maybe some of the blocks are working better than others, and some of the blocks are not working at all. That's on you. I mean, not on you, but that's on the website and on the client that you have. But yeah, that's basically what I would do. Like, if this works, I would use that. If this worked for behavior, maybe I would do something like this. Like, this is a pretty simple presentation process thing where you have section that is kind of sticky with the image becomes sticky and have like a bit of a change when we change the section. It's a bit bad in terms of how it has been implemented here, because I can go really fast in between all the sections, but I don't see why not. I wouldn't like implement something similar to this on my website, just because, you know, Like it's an easier thing for, again, for inspiration, for reference, for resources. I feel like that's making a lot of sense. And based on the thing that you've said earlier, that the client is currently asking you for something that is a bit more bright and colorful and that pops and that has, um, yeah. So, Kat, to go back to this, yes, I have had the same with the Liquid Imaginaire. They have kind of grown on me because I had them and I had nothing else and I tried them more and now I'm like, okay, fine. Like the one that I really didn't like that is really tobacco oriented and leather oriented is really interesting. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about perfumes. And Kat is talking about perfumes as well, and therefore that's why we have that discussion. Different topics than design. It's also design of fragrances. Yeah, right. But yeah, the tobacco one is really cool. And because they are like 7 millimeters and like way bigger, I have way more. So yeah, no, I'm derailing myself. Don't worry about it. So overall, I would do both of the thing that I just said. Going into Landbook for finances or accounting, looking or finding the references that we currently have for all of these wrong keys, all of these potential website that you have as, again, reference for layouts would make sense, would make it easier for you to then say, because you're saying that the building is the easy part, but the content isn't, or the arrangement layouting is not. So, like maybe this one is what you like. I don't know. Maybe it is, and it's bright and it's colorful and, whatever. Maybe that works. Maybe some of these things would work for what you currently have. And just doing that in the building phase might be enough, at least for you to just, build things. That is bad. That's an image, and I can see that's an image right about here. God damn. That's sad. Well, it's 1 pixel. It's just 1 pixel of difference. Just move the thing. Anyways. Best option that I shared earlier. Weird option that we like just for the background, nothing else. That's it. And then all of the references that we have here, we don't have much. Like, again, most of the finance related things are going to be Web3 related, but they are going to give you visual IDs, I guess. I would say most Web3 things are just wild. And so sometimes that's all you need. It's just, I just have 7, I think. They're okay. They're not the best. The other thing, cross as well, and brain, focus, maybe, I don't know. The other thing that I'm seeing that is pretty important is when you're looking at references from other websites, other platforms, other things, most of the wow effect, most of the, oh, this design is really cool, is going to come from shit like this. Micro recording animation things that makes something that is extremely boring into something that isn't. So from here, for example, if we took that and had the content of the Canva be, I don't know, maybe if I can delete that and then change that to be a background gray. It's already gray? You know what? No background. That section is kind of boring and not necessarily good, but because it had this video-ish Canva thing a second ago, it was more interesting. Obviously, the content that we have here is related to the platform itself. It could be a recording of something. It is software related stuff, so it makes sense. But yeah. I'm going to say something. Again, I'm saying a lot of things. I'm going to say something about they said no that might help. Build it anyway. Not as the main thing, but as an option. And say, here is what you have asked for. Well, hi. Whale. Manny, how are you? Why did I read your name in the beginning instead of just Manny? How are you? How have you been? Right, you give them something and say, this is what you asked for, this is what we have come up with, or what we came up with, or based on your request and from the feedback that you have given us and all that. However, we also thought about this. We think it's better. We think it is better for the business, the target, the marketing, the current state of design, and whatever. That might just give them a thing of, oh no, you're right. The animation makes it much better. The graphs makes it much better. The numbers makes it much better. And we didn't know because we didn't see it first. And I have had that in the past with some clients that just didn't know and couldn't know because they were based on, the thing that we talked about yesterday. What feels like yesterday. This one is the biggest one. They are in the 5 department or the 4 departments. And so when you're telling them numbers, money, graphs, things, they're like, nah, I don't think that would work. I can't really picture that in my head. But then as soon as you show them, and because they can see this with their eyes, they are basically at one and they're like, oh yeah, shit, yeah, of course. Of course that makes sense. So most clients, again, non-creative people, non-visual people, will be in the 4 or 5 section, and you need to send them to the 1 or 2 to be able to understand your vision. So I would say do it anyway. If they say no for like shit like this and you have the time, do it anyway. You have like, let's say you like this, which I do, you might too. These are good references and good useful thing. Do we have, I forgot if this is system-wide. It is system-wide. If your website is currently light mode, you might be good with some of these illustrations to go with your thing. And you have like a little amount of icons, illustration things in there, including a lot of charts and graphs and things. So, maybe that's a good enough thing. You want them to be from the side, from the top, from the wherever. You can use that as reference. These are free. They are good. And they take no time for you to, no time, they take a bit of time, but they take no time for you to get in and just say, I need these things to be big, massive, and from the right, or from the left, or from the top, no fill, and use that as a reference for, some of the sections just to illustrate here and there. That will probably help your clients to say, oh yeah, the illustrations are really good, the gradings are really good. And the main reason why they said no is because they can't see it yet. Also, that's the fucking thing. This whole website has noise and sound, and you can't hear it, but it's kind of weird. So yeah, do that. Like all of the business and payments. Use it. Would help. 100%. And I know from Monday, you're not really a generate an image with AI type of person, which is good. So again, Unsplash is personal reference. I've been using it for, I guess, a decade now. It's been a while. Maybe not a decade, but you know what? Almost. I probably. Anyways, they like rocks. You know. And just get in there. Get in there, find more rocks, find more stuff. The ability you have right now to say something like maybe not here, maybe here. Let's do that. It's gonna be faster. Oh, we now have the gay loading again, obviously, because it's the season. It should stay gay all the time, to be honest. We shouldn't have another thing. Like you have this here. Let's say I need Unsplash content. We need a rock. Come on. Need a rock texture, I guess. I guess texture is gonna texture is not gonna boulder. I guess rock boulder stuff, whatever. Let's say this is good, right? This is not the case, but let's say this is good. And this is what you want to have, and this whole thing is fine. And you are using Figma. You can now just say, I need this version, right, to be here, and I need this one specifically to have no background. So just by using Figma remove background feature, it's probably going to take something off and then have this as a separate thing. And so potentially, if you figure out or tweak some stuff here and there to remove content right there, for example, with another tool, another Photoshop action, whatever, you could have both on top of each other. And then on navigation, you would have like a very, very subtle parallax effect of the border just moving around on that thing. Not much, but maybe like just a smidge thing, It might be enough, might not be enough, I don't know. But you need to try. Like if I do, don't get the idea. Right? If I get this, and then I have some shit like this, small parallax effect on something, like it can take 5 seconds. That's what I'm saying. So, and Splash, good, would be helpful. You would have a ton of options, and again, like I don't think accounting has a ton, but simply for your hero header, for a section on the page, getting this as a banner, might be good enough. The main thing that I would say is, specifically for this one, this looks somewhere along the line of US. And so if your business is UK, it makes no sense. Right? So be wary of that. But not that it matters much if it's just a banner or something. But still, right? Having a bit of something, you would have, yes, a lot of calculators, a lot of computers, a lot of things. Um, yeah. Look at it. It's not, it doesn't need to be like that much. So, yeah. Nox. Hi. Yeah, no, I know that. I know that. I'm happy to be French about this. That's the only time I'm happy to be French. Um, I'm not. I don't really care. My taxes is just you're supposed to know. You tell me all the time that you know. Therefore, I don't have to give you anything else. So I just press the button to say next, 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 done. And sometimes, not sometimes, I have probably skipped to say stuff here and there at times. No one is about. No one knows about it. No one knows about it. But like this year, for example, they knew they had at the end they had the thing that the government already know. Twitch payout. I had earned $800 from last year. Yay me. So they knew that. Cool. uh, but yeah, no, I get it. Nonetheless, it doesn't really change anything on my main point of also that's accounting, but it's rocks. It's kind of blue. You can do that. Um, you know, you can 100% take one of the unsplash pictures for reference and for uses. That would be easier to fill out some content for sure. But yeah, from your current template, the current thing that you have, obviously, to me, this overall thing is not really good. Compared to what they currently have, it's much better already. So, do the thing that I just said of having the header at the top sticky, potentially having less content or less text, and then um and then get paid and do something else. Like if they are okay with it, that's the thing. It is something that I have done in the past where basically I have given up on creating something cool because the client was just asking and asking and asking for things that are not good or not recommended. And even though I was giving them the facts and the reason and the why we shouldn't do what they wanted to do, at the end of the day, they still wanted it. And when I did it, they were really happy with it. At this point, I don't give a shit. Right? I'm here to do the work that you are paying me for sure. I'm also here to advise, but if you don't listen to my advice, then whatever, right? I'm gonna put the thing pink in the center. Yeah, 100%. We're good. So then, maybe you are in that department right now where you have reached the point where the pay is not high enough, the content is not exciting enough, and the complexity of what is supposed to happen, uh, the relationship with the client itself is not necessarily a good thing to keep. Just do the thing. It's not good. It's better than what they have. They will be happy with it for like a year and a half, maybe, and maybe they come back to you in a year and a half, and you just tell them, "Cool, but this time I'm taking all responsibility for the whole thing. You shut the fuck up." And then they say yes. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. So, yeah. Yeah, Unless they change content that they want to have on the marketing page, unless they change some other things. If you had the ability to introduce, yeah, no, you can't do that. Yeah, no, I was about to say if you had the ability to introduce something like a WordPress theme or CMS things in Astro, maybe, uh, you know, could work, but I don't know if it's necessary. Like they don't have a blog so far, and yeah, I don't. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it's yeah. Also, why the house is? I mean, it's their thing. It's fine, but yeah. If you do that, though, I know it's not necessarily a good idea, but why not just give them every piece of text in the CMS thing so that basically they could go in and every text-based thing is just there. I mean, you just said that and my brain just went Squarespace. Like, I feel like if you went Squarespace, um, I don't know why my brain went there, other than maybe it would be easier for you to just get in, find a template, and just send them the thing. Kira, hi. Have a good look. Like, I'm sure. I'm sure that a template thing here, which again I can't fucking find them because this website is shit for designers. But I'm almost sure there is at least something with finances or commerce or portfolio or something that you could reuse just for the sake of reusing it and get something out of it in like 5 seconds and then be good with it. Like professional services, for example. Again, same thing. Good references for themes for you. Like that doesn't really change anything. But maybe like professional services, they want something that is a bit more punchy and fun and whatever. And yeah, that's enough. And they wanted something that is purple E. So yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, I think at the end of the day, for me, the main thing is if the client doesn't want to listen to your advice as the experts, deliver the thing that they asked for and fuck off. And that's usually what I do. Because it's just need to happen. Like you can't bother yourself to continue working for someone that doesn't listen to your expertise, and that's not what we want, and it's not rewarding, and it's not good. So that's the thing. The other option is you do what they have asked for in like 15 minutes, because that's basically how much it takes, and you do what you thought was good or better in like 3 days, and then you present both, and you're like, here is what you have asked for, here's what I propose, whatever. And if I'm good with this and they don't like it, I keep it as a template for someone else. And if they are good with what they have asked for, then they're good with it. They paid for it, and it's fine. So, yeah. Do you change the image of the house? Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Again, I would 100% say right now, based on how you are explaining it and describing it and blah 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 I would make this in whatever CMS based template I can find. So WordPress, Squarespace, Wix, Framer, Webflow, whatever, that basically lets the client come in a site builder and change the content without having the need for me. And I would just say, well, this is what we currently have. Let's transfer the ownership from me to you. And then you can pay for the license, you can pay for the hosting, you can pay for the things, and that's on you. So, yeah, but I get it. I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense. Not much, but it makes sense. Though, going back to what we said earlier, mobile much better than desktop for sure, for sure. There's just like so much stuff that I wouldn't I wouldn't do. I wouldn't do. I think these buttons needs to change. Less visible, less colors. And have you tried using this color instead of the purple on everything? Because it's called Bluestone Accountancy and the size is purple. Like, I know that some people are colorblind, but no. Also, changing it to pink would be good. Yes. Midnight. Hi. What funny. Yeah. It is. Pink is good. Pink is a really good ID. I will never deny that. I just wish this thing was like a common. It probably is a color scheme thing, and it's a global thing right there. Yeah. Oh, it's not the other ones. Goddamn. I would, based on the colors that they have in the logo, I would probably go with something like here-ish, overall in terms of the color scheme to, make it make sense. But I get it. I get it. Yeah, you've used it here. You also have used it in the services, I think, for the borders and things. I would change that for the icons as well. Same thing here. Like, there is so much text. It's just. I forgot if the draft is Yeah, it's basic app, and I want this to be... Oh, basic site. You have basic site. What? 1 second. An accounting landing page. That has content. Sorry, that has content for about... What did we say? Services, contact us. About services, contact, and potentially a blog. Let's see. We never know. Sometimes Figma is doing good thing. Sometimes not. Damn. Damn. I have a bit of an issue with the pictures they have chosen of themselves. Specifically here. But this one is fine, right? That's an okay thing. It's a selfie in the sun on the patio. I don't know how that happened. Sorry. Yeah, why not? I don't really care about the filters, to be honest. I care about the look and the fact that right now she looks like she's probably gonna mug me at the end of the meeting. Like that's the thing. Which is sad because it's an accountant and therefore I need to have trust. I have kind of trust here. Like it's friendly, it's in the sun, they are outdoor as you said. Um I mean, if I'm zooming in, it's kind of better, but it's also not. Like it doesn't match the vibe. That's the main thing. It's sad. It's sad. I'm sad about it. Yeah. I mean, that's what we have seen. Like this in the garden, in the existing website that you shared earlier. Same thing. Um, and like right there, outside, outdoorsy. Huh. Do we have the team on this one? I don't think we do. Yeah. There's no about us, right? Maybe that's better. But that's an option. Again, they have done like a very, very much weird thing with the images. And I mean, that's how Figma works anyways. Like they just do that anymore. Or I would say now. So, you know, it's a thing. But the overall vibe is fine. Ugh. Yeah, the new Figma AI stuff is really bad though. But yeah, as a whole, from nothing, that's a bit of a better overall, um, layout and content, and it's just one page. No, you have more page here. No, this is not a Wix thing. This is just a um, Figma draft, which is worse than Framer draft or Wireframer, which is a better name. God damn. Where basically they have an AI model that behind it that generates something. And yeah. Oh, you mean the first one? The existing one is. I see. That font is weird. That font is weird. Weird alignment. Weird kerning. Right there. Uh, nah. I don't like landing pages in general, so I I am not the best for this. You really need to put the testimonials above and put a max width on this, for sure. You already have the buttons that are visible on desktop and not on mobile, so I would just have the testimonial above, that's for sure. Keep the same width. Like, it's not growing much, so keep the same width, and then title above, that's for sure. The meet the team, our services in link button instead of buttons, and then contact us. I feel like the form should be at the bottom of the page, like from the start, like right here. I should have the ability to contact you. I think one of the number one bounce rate thing is, oh, I want to contact you, but I can't find the contact button. And again, extremely annoying. And I hate that I had to do that. What? Start learning. Start learning. Start learning. You know what? Maybe start learning. Maybe you can start learning. I think you need to start learning. Or potentially you can download the app. But, like, the fact that I have these buttons everywhere, the fact that if you are going into whichever of a blog that I have, blog post, most of the time where there is the name of Can that is like in the middle of the fucking articles, you will have a link that will send you to another page. It's not really a visible link, but it's there for backlinks and SEO and all that. But like that's the type of thing that you kind of need to have. Again, going back to too much text, you see how little the column is. That's basically what we need to have for ease of reading in articles. It is tiny, just like me. Like, this is cute, but that's useless. It's cute, it's useless. Yeah. I don't think I have much more to say on this one, though. Sorry about that. Get some inspiration. Get some inspiration. Take a look at the Astro template. I know. I kind of understand that you as a dev and me as a designer, we may have the same a version for templates and UI kits and thing that hash the work. But sometimes, sometimes you just want to get there and say, "Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do exactly that, and that's gonna be the template that I'm using, and that's it. And I'm just gonna populate the content and be good at it. Like, be done with it. Nothing else. Sometimes that's all we need." I think the thing that I have as a reference from the Figma bootcamp that is on YouTube, and specifically from the source section, or I guess I could use the there is no rules or the communication thing, but I guess this one, yes. So if you've watched the video, which most of you haven't, this is one of the reference that I have for what happened um, in a previous company where I made this design and they created this. Good devs. Nothing is the same. Like, the only thing that is the same is the bottom bar of the cards that are gray with the icons. And here the bottom bar of the cards are gray with the icons. That's the only thing that is the same. The rest, they haven't followed anything that I've defined. When I'm looking at it now, this being some of my first UI design, this is shit. This is not accessible, the text is way too small, and so on. But the comparison between the two, right? Real bad. If I had gone with a template right about here, I would have had something in the end that would have been, for me, maybe better than what I've created here, but probably the same implementation anyways. However, for you, because you are the dev and you are the one that is implementing the thing, starting from a template basically means that instead of taking 3 days to go through the creation of the base, you have the thing done and then you just need to put the content in it. So the implementation would be the same thing. Nowadays, me going through the design phase of something and saying, you know, I want to build an app and the app is going to look like this, and then building it myself, that's a bit more of a me thing. But if I had a dev, it might have not ended up looking the same, but also it might not work the same way. So, you know, like working on this kind of helps. My case, nonetheless. So, yeah, templates. It's good. Template is good. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. And then going back to animating images or animating things quickly might be something, even though we are not necessarily like I mean, personally, this, using AI to do this seems like a dumb move, because these cinemagraphs is something that we've been doing for a decades almost with Photoshop, and we didn't need like an image to video type of thing specifically for that. An image to video, if they had like a plan that's shifted or whatever, right? Maybe. But um, like these things where you basically have this is what is called a cinematograph, and the creation of these is from an image or from a video, usually from a video because it's easier to do, but from an image it's also an option, and you don't need AI to do that. You just need like a good understanding of what needs to happen. So, you know. And then transforming this into a cinematograph usually is basically saying adding noise and transformation on the water, and that's it. So, you know, doing that, whatever, maybe, could happen. Details. Details. I haven't liked a ton of things. I have. I haven't liked a ton of things since Wednesday. Wednesday's today, since Monday. But I still did have some stuff. Let me see. We stopped roughly around here. I think we had that. And then I just wanted to showcase this one, Tobias or Tobias. Tobias is very much French version. Tobias is creating this thing or is working on this app thing. And what I notice all the time is this is the real speed. This is not like a sped up version of the recording. When he changes from note A to note B to note C to whatever, the content is immediately changed. And so his whole point in the creation of this product thingy that he's working on, has been working on for a while now, is speed. Speed should be there all the time. And everything is just so snappy, so efficient that I'm really impressed. Always. Claude lately have something that is really similar, but yeah, this is the only reason why I like these things. The rest of the content is the middle. The middle. But yeah, other than that, here I saved this one for this specific thing. This is something we talked about in the third month of streaming. This addition of a pattern in the background of a card would help visually impaired people, specifically if you have different patterns for different things. Do we have it? We don't have it. We do have it. Right about here. I'm gonna do that quickly. I think I feel like I talk about it almost every 3 months, 4 months, because it's good right there. It is this system. So if you're here and you have someone that has visual impairment or, you know, something that is removing colors, the grayscale is the most rare version of visual impairment, but it exists. Nonetheless, if the only thing that you have as a differentiator is that little thing right there that tells you, right, this is case study, this is like a research, this is a case study for a very financial thing, and this is something else, right? When that person with visual impairment will arrive here, they will have a bit of an issue with understanding which is what and what does which, if there is not like a tag that really explain what it is. So the thing that we've been exploring in the long run is adding visual textures and patterns and things to basically help understand that, okay, so this is going to be a case studies, this is going to be something that is related to the backlog, and maybe the titles are going to be different, right? But once the user has understood that this thing represents backlog or readings, articles, whatever, if they see that pattern again, it will be recognized kind of in an easier way than if it was just colors. Colors will obviously work for most people, but the people that have visual impairment will have a bit of an issue. This is a way to do it really subtly, and also in that presentation, the way that they have it organized, it's also to notify the user that this is like something that needs a response. So when you look at the other cards or other things inside of their design right here, you end up with some really small design details that helps any users. So that's just a good point to remind everyone to add accessibility things to your websites when you can, because it's useful for not just you that needs accessibility, but for anyone else. That's it. Here, it's the same thing as Monday. This is stickers. Stickers are coming back. That's it. That is it. Nothing else. And then, yeah, I just laughed because that's Charlie. That's the only thing. That is the only thing. We had this, which is similar to what we saw last week from Ogres, which is really similar to the cyberpunk slash battlefield experiment visuals. So more or less like a tech featured designs or details. I'm not saying it's a pattern just yet. It's coming back. It's something that existed a long time ago and that has faded out. Now it's coming back-ish. It's just the fifth one that I'm seeing, so it's not enough to mention as a pattern. However, pixelation is coming back, that's for sure. But yeah, keep an eye on that. This was fun. If you've heard of it, but sperm racing is a thing now. Yes, you heard me right. And these are the design for the things. It happens. It happens. Same thing here. This is the same thing as last time. So it's how can I say that? Transition from or transition based on behaviors. This thing at the bottom is really bad. I do hate it. I don't know why it's there. I think it's mostly for testing purposes. Got the big ass plus and cross, but if that's inside of the app, that's really bad. So, yeah. Pixelation coming back. Talked about that a second ago. And then this one made me laugh because this view looks weirdly close to this one because it's just the flame that is rotated. And to me, what it tells me is that this one is not me. I haven't created this. I just took that as a screenshot somewhere to say this could be a good reference for something. Here, what I'm seeing is that the person that has generated this either has done the same thing or has done that through an AI thing and said, oh, we have this, it's pretty cool, we need to have something similar. Let's build something, and the model created something really simpler than what we have here. So, yeah, references, always good to have. I have beef with this one for many reasons. So this is a note-taking app, which I'm guessing is going to be a note-taking app with a bit of an AI and assistant thing inside. I don't know if that person is a freelancer and then just came up with this on their own. However, about last year, I would say, I built this thing. If it fucking loads, which apparently it doesn't, and it has a lot of the similar notes in terms of each of the notes are not like flat and straight on the grid. Each of the things are AI or augmented, and this was a job-ish at-home assignment thing that I had to do, and it is, I think, in my draft somewhere. Maybe I should just search, shouldn't I? I remember the look of it, the color of it. I'm not gonna find it because I'm looking for it, as always. God damn it! I forgot how I called it. That's the thing. There. Like I had a whole thinking thing of a similar app, specifically what basically tickled me. Nishit, hi, welcome back. Is this thing at the top that seems kind of similar to my arc thinking behavior thingy? And so, yeah, I'm not saying.
これはシースですか?
Nikki, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? So it is pretty impressive and might be like just a similar ID at the same time, you know. How are you both? Also, it's late for you, Nishit. Unless you moved. Maybe you moved. I don't know. Goddamn. So yeah, these were cute, but this is like Procreate, so it doesn't count. This was cute as fuck. Also, yeah, sadly I did make it out. I had to come back. My visa ended. So, yeah. I'm sad about it. This is something that I've been like not using, but like keeping for a long time. This is a prism pixelation prism glass thingy, and so it's an interesting thing. I do like it, and I wish I could buy one, but I'm too lazy to find one on the internet that's good enough. And I will wait for when I'm back in Japan to buy one because I know where they are from in Japan. What is your requirement thingy? This it. Ugh. This, I don't know. I'm looking at it and I see like I see this and they're saying that this is their improved version of what they have to basically replace Arc, but you know, it's in Figma right now, but they have like stuff like the folders right there and so on as improvement. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. The Apple event on Friday, which we're probably gonna watch on stream on Twitch and not on YouTube because I'm gonna be banned on YouTube if I do that again. It's probably gonna introduce a lot of glass effect thing, which is it on Monday? I thought it was on the 6th. Is it the 9th? Maybe my dyslexia just flipped the thing and got me a 69, which is pretty nice. But yeah, there might be a lot of glass coming in. And that made me kind of laugh because the post that I have posted, that makes a lot of sense. The post that I have posted on here, the last, or one of the last comments, apparently I have more, that I have received has been the mix between neumorphism, flat design, and the weird 3D layering thing you have going on does not work well. And basically the thing that I'm building is roughly this. So I can't wait for that person to come back here in 6 months and figure out that the thing that we have here is basically what Apple is currently building, but they don't know it yet. That it's gonna be something. Also, I think they only see this in skeuomorphism thingy 3D, which, you know, not much. Also, you can't see what it is here. Yeah. I got an upvote here. And then who upvoted what? Oh, this. Cool. Yeah, this one was weird. The whole thing, like I talked about that before. This one was really fun to me. This one makes sense. But yeah, this one was critiquing things that, you know, um, I'm like, have you read the post? Like they say the quiz is being just 5 words stupid. I haven't read the stuff. Anyways, Reddit's content. Going back there. So Veil, which is Shape Veil in the chat most of the time, has created this thing, which is really cute. This is a bit of a Web3 related content, but it's a nice glass again and really iOS new design. Like most of the designers that are building iOS apps are using San Francisco rounded for the font. And a lot of radius, a lot of glass, a lot of highlights, and yeah, it's really nice. Yes, exactly. So the fact that the learners for specifically for Japanese, or for language learning in general, you will learn more by repetition, and so we recommend something along the line of 5 to 20 entries per like sequence, and with like a space repetition system, you will be given the same word in the time where your memory would be like, oh yeah, that thing that we just saw a certain amount of time ago doesn't really matter. And so it just refires it, and then your memory is like, okay, so maybe it is important, but we haven't seen it in like 3 days, so that might not be, oh, so it is important. But that's how the space repetition works. And you start kind of small with 5 questions per quiz, but then if you feel like it's too easy because you ace all of your quizzes, you can then say, well, I need this to be like a bit more. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. Ask Computer is still really good. They are introducing a lot of really cool presentation of things. I am seeing details, again, really good details with a lot of transparency fade, lots of non-blurred fade. So compared to the current, I would say trend-ish which is to do this and get your like layer blur right there in a progressive blur with 40 at the bottom and 0 at the top. Instead of having this, which is the current themes for everything, you then get like a transition of opacity. But that's more interesting. It's with an opacity mask underneath, and they seems to be really similar, specifically here, but it's a bit of both. We have one that is inner of a card and one that is outer as the bottom section. That's one thing. And then here, the icon for the search is an indented gradient as well. So it's fading with the background at the end, but still being very visible. So this is a small details here and there that kind of help. We have the same thing on the Spotify logo here with that kind of transparency, with the top being really white and the bottom really transparent white, but lets the green go through. I don't know about the border on this one. I feel like it's kind of bad, but you know, whatever. So nonetheless, that's just small details here and there. As computer is going to be pretty useful and pretty good in the future, but we'll see. For now, we don't have anything about it. Not yet. Stickers and everything, I share that on Discord because it's really good. Jay has created this thing, and to create a sticker that react to your cursor in your browser. So Kira, I don't know if you're lurking. I know we talked about it before, but this is exactly what you need. Based on the website that you had earlier that we talked about, you wanted to have some effect like this. This specific right here is what you need for reference, for use case, for whatever. They do have, as always, the code pen link underneath, but you know, just that Jay's just great at doing these things, and yeah. Other than that, I don't think we've had a lot more stuff. We've seen that some apps have been nominated and then winning the Apple Design Award, which is really good. I wish I had applied. I would have lost. But in the good news about the Apple Design Award from this year is this one. Capword, which I showcased about 3 weeks ago, is a Chinese-made app that I discovered on Xiaohongshu that is language learning app using AI and your camera. So you take a picture of something, it removes the background, it creates a stickers of it, and then it gives you the translation based on computer vision. It is really good. It's a very simple app. It is really well made and it worked really well. It's just expensive, but it's nice. And then we have Balatro that has one as well, which is pretty nice. Rossonery, hi, welcome on in. Indeed, Innovation Play has one on Mac and on iPhone, which is really impressive. And then this one, Cross might be an interesting thing for you in terms of design. This is mostly like music related stuff, but yeah. Taobao as well is winning, and there's a bit more details on other things, but yeah, that whole section is really good. As always, I you know, I'm on there. There will be a lot of titties because lately, a lot of it, a lot of train stuff and shit. But most of the content that we have in the design department and the reference that I have, Chinese made, are all really good. A lot of the people that I'm kind of following here and there are basically just doing inspiration-based spree. So you end up with the thing that you have seen on other platforms, but also from um, other platforms. I don't know. The thing with the trains here, this is a bit different. This is, yeah. But Japanese also love trains. Um, I think there is a very specific type of people that like trains. Which we call the Tsum crew. And yeah, that might be a common thing. I don't know. Personally, on my Xiaohongshu, I have a lot of like interior design and other things. Again, a lot of titties because it's nice. It's always nice to have like, a lot of food, a lot of cakes, all types of cakes, ass, and to eat. I mean, you can eat both, but whichever. But yeah, most of the content I have lately is mostly like gym content um, and design content, like these for inspiration. And so again, the inspiration from Chinese designers is way different than what we're used to around here. Like this is a type of illustration that I wouldn't have seen anywhere else. So, good reference, good things, good whatever. But I'm happy to see that they are winning some of the Apple Design Awards. And one of the things that I've seen as well is really making me question things. When I'm seeing Chinese devs basically on Xiaohongshu and on other platforms doing things that are like in Xcode, it doesn't look like my version of Xcode. Like the thing that I'm seeing here, even if I'm going into light mode instead of being in dark mode, the way that I have, the way that I see their version of Xcode, it looks way different. And it feels as if Apple had a Chinese specific version of Xcode with different versions. So, yeah, Xcode is only Mac. Yeah, if it was Mac and Windows, I would be like, yeah, well, fine. That might be just the issue. But yeah. See, that's good. That is good stuff. Anyways, moving on. So Sebastian, that talked about the glass effect that we talked about before, has had a lot of research and a lot of things done into the potentials of what could be the evolution of the new iOS 26 potential, I don't know, 19, whatever. And some of them are good, some of them are bad. Like, this is really shit. Sorry. It looks interesting, but it's really shit. The accessibility would never be there. This one might, but it probably won't. Probably wouldn't. And then these ones are really cool. That's a lot of holographic effect. I laughed at this because I didn't understand. The main reason why I didn't understand in the first place was because the person that has shared this post specifically is one of the main designers at, or used to be, in the Android project. So one of the people that have brought to life material design. So that's why I'm following them. And they have a lot of talks, a lot of articles, a lot of things. And I saw this and I was like, this needs to be like a design related thing. And there needs to be like a difference in the layout, a difference in something. The difference is the text, because they have built their own AI. Apparently, I don't know if that's really the case, but we never know. That is now writing things, and they say that it's really really, really close to how they would write stuff. And I feel like they have spent 2 years of iterations on building a personal AI that basically write like them. And I feel like they could have wrote stuff for 2 years. I mean, they probably had, but if you spend that much time to tweak something to be like you, why not do the work yourself? I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, this was pretty impressive. This is something that is an old-ish concept of iOS reacting to light. So basically the camera is picking up where the light source is coming from and then impacting the card in the iPhone itself. So the closer the light source is from the camera, the easier to react, but then it understand where, like location based. So you get some really, really cute interactive-ish cards. And this is a recreation of the Vision Pro interface that basically does that all the time. And we think that this is going to happen on potentially the new version of iOS. So we'll see. We will see. This is an interesting thing as well. This is a transcribe your message, your voice message. This is something that we have on Instagram now, which I've been asking for years. When someone is sending me like a voice message and I'm not in a place where my AirPods are charged, I'm in the, I don't know, the subway or something, and I can't listen. Having the transcribe option to just click on the thing, see what has been said, and then reply is a game changer. And this thing, and we've been talking about it, is, I mean, from my point of view, is coming from a lot of other sci-fi thing, but we as designer have been talking about it since the Westworld thing, where, no spoilers, someone received a message, voice message, but their phone is not available, or they are not near their phone, and therefore what happens is we hear what they are saying, because, you know, like that's a TV show, but then on the not voice message, like this person is sending the message, and then there is a transcription thingy right there that just happens in real time, which is pretty impressive. But that's like real time thing. So this is really cool, really useful. It still needs to be processed on device, so you still need to have access to the voice bites, but you know, that's the thing. We'll see. Oppo is finalist again. I think they won last year or 2 years ago, I forgot. That's pretty cool. And then Dimitri has done some experiments with Spline to create a logo within Spline, which is pretty cool. But then use ASCII, the plugin we have in Framer, to create like more textures and more stuff on top of that potential 3D rendering. And I feel like it should look pretty cool. I feel like it's looking pretty cool. And then Lucia has created this amazing thing. I really need to build it just because it looks amazing. And yeah, this is a Swift UI thing where it reacts to your phone orientation. And if you've been on the channel before, you probably have seen this element on my app, where basically the 3 coins at the top and the coin at the bottom are reacting to my phone orientation based on what I want to do with it. And it really works when you are like here on this scene and it's static, but if you are looking at it on your phone, it doesn't look like anything anyways. But yeah, it's kind of the same system, same principle overall of using accelerometer and orientation to have cute ass thing. And so this would be what I would have needed in the first place to create my badges properly. And that I need that now. So yeah, that's the overall of the likes for today, which is pretty nice. Was pretty nice. Nonetheless. Things. Huh. Huh? Sorry, I just saw something that feels wrong. Oh, yeah, Ryan, you removed my seat request. God damn it. Not willingly, I think. Oh, and Estonia, I'm gonna start paying more for you. Apparently. Look at that. Look at that. We're currently at 1650. And now it's gonna be 20 bucks. $3.50 more. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yep. I mean, for absolutely nothing, like it's debatable. That done. Cool. I think we're good. I think we're good. So as always, if anyone has like a design question, feel free to ask. If you want something to get reviewed, I officially have something planned, but you know, I'm doing everything I can to not do it. We're supposed to do these. We're supposed to do the icons in Solid, and specifically like some of these are impractically feasible in Solid. They make no sense. Some of them, like this one, is kind of fine. I can do that. That's pretty simple. But yeah, it's a bit of a mess. Oh. I see. I see. Question though. I did the globe thing, but I feel like it looks like abs. I think I'm right. I think it looks like abs. What are we thinking? Should I bump things to the side? Like that? Yeah. I was debating keeping the full circle around it as well. So basically ending up with this shit. Boy, that feels wrong. But maybe it works. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's the top that is an issue because it looks like it's in curves, top and bottom, rather than what it's supposed to be. So abs. That's a turtle. That's a turtle. No questions. No questions. So yeah, this one I don't know. I don't know. And then on these, what we wanted to do was potentially this. I think this would work as a base. Like that would be a very easy filled icon. Nothing else to do. You know. And then on this one, I thought about simply reverting. So getting this around here. Sorry, around here. And then getting that as the element that we want to basically offset. Somewhere around here, yes. Huh? Sorry. So should have done that before. I should have done that before. I'm gonna extend this. Doesn't really make any sense, but might helps. From far away, might helps. And you said link. Did you link? Send me a link? Also, yes, that happened. If you haven't had the pic. Did it not? I see. Well, that happens. That will need a bit of change here and there. This one is going to be easy, I guess. Right, we just want this content there, and then this content here. It kind of looks like a butterfly from the inside. I mean, from the inside, kind of. We do 1.5 on these. Maybe center them. Yeah, much better. I feel like the nose knows to, potentially just do this, which is the same thing that we've done on the. That looks like a small mustache. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I haven't. It's really crazy. Going back to some of the thing that we have said on here, on this stream, specifically, if you don't design for a certain amount of time, you will lose your skills. And yesterday and today, I haven't touched design work at all. And I'm rusty already, which is crazy. It's crazy to think that happened in such a small amount of time. So, anyways. I think what we kind of want to do here is to have this one as a subtraction from this side to make it make sense. So we still need to have a duplicate, and then we will outline everything. And so we will do the exact same thing here to go through the right phases. This one might be a bit trickier because of this. So we'll see how we can offset it. And same thing around here. I don't know if this is going to be visible at all. And if that's the case, we might need to offset both at the same time. So, duplicating both, all four of them, but we have things, and then I'm gonna take my subtraction layer right here, and just keep the thing that I need to subtract. So from here, we just need these, right? Just this one on here. On that one is the same. On here is this one, which I feel like is going to be a bit trickier to get because it's inside. It's probably going to break stuff. And then on that one, which is the last one, it's the same one, but it has more give. So I'm guessing that's going to be okay. And now the question I have is the one that is underneath, do I remove things from them? Because if I keep that and then I'm subtracting from, it's probably going to give me like a weird shape in the background. So I'm going to need to take the inverted right there. I mean, not this one. This one is fine. And remove these dots, I guess. That out. That way. Sorry. That out. And then this one, same. And now these are going to be offsetted or outlined. I'm going to remove all that. And you can see how Figma is shit right now. One day it will work. It doesn't. So what I'm talking about is this. Figma is adding lines and points where there were not, and that is basically breaking everything. It could be fixed, but they didn't. So, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. The point that I had right here just disappeared. Huh? I feel like these ones needs to be inverted to make more sense. Eh, it's not the best. This is not the best for sure. For sure. You know what? I'm gonna answer the title of today's video. No, we are not going to finish this today. That is for sure. Ugh. Almost done though. There's something that I don't know how to do, like the muscle. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to make the hand. In solid, other than having like indent and small lines that come cut in, but then that end up being the same as the brain, and the brain is really shit. It looks like two beans. That's not a brain. Like I really had a hard time with the brain, and it's still shit. So I don't know. The thing that I had kind of thought about is doing this, which is basically inverting, making like a bit of an indent right there, but also having like a secondary shift right about there to give you more or less like nodes and things. But it feels like a lot too much. Again, pixelated, not really visible, not really anything good. So I don't know. I don't know. The brain icon in regular things is really good. I mean, obviously biased on this one, but I feel like it's pretty good. It kind of works, but it's still the same. But the thing that works is because they are touching each other. That sounds kinky again. But it has like a lot more matters, a lot more things here and there. Same thing for the muscles. Um, like it does work, but it doesn't work in solid. And if I have to have this in a circle to get the full shoulder, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't think Huge Icon has muscle. Yeah, they did that. Like they basically had like a single line that goes in. That's ugh. Ugh. What I want to avoid. Nah, alright. I like these though. These are fun. Hmm. Yeah. So they basically just have this, and I would have just this on top as well. Huh. Let's see. So you would have, in order to make it make sense, you would have something like this right about here. Am I on the wrong thing? I am on the wrong thing. You would have something like this right about here. Right, to be like kind of the shoulder and stuff. And then you would probably duplicate that and that. I know. Meaning this and that. That here. So these two would be what will be the lines that are inserted as brain. Subtract. Subtract is the word I was looking for. Goddamn. Also, that phone is dead. 1 second. Good, much better. It's still trying to give me or get me to use the new Twitch UI, which is shit. So, never gonna happen, guys. Never gonna happen. One of the things that I'm gonna do here, right, because this is not gonna work, is gonna make it 1 point. That when I just do this, oh, that's nice. It kind of working, and then here we kind of have to move that where it's supposed to be. This is for the hand, and this one is gonna be somewhere around here. I feel like I kind of need one here. So just duplicated it so that we can have that. But I fear, again, still, as always, that that doesn't work. Because of this one. You kind of need something, but it's not. It looks like something else right now. And that's for the 18 plus section, so I'm not gonna do that. Not right there. Not right there for sure. I feel like I know what's the issue on this one. Let's bring it back. As here. And yeah, that's the thing that I really hate about Figma's behavior right now. It makes no sense. What I mean by that is that the the way that we have things in Sketch, for example, if you know and you have used Sketch in the past, the layers inside of a group are debatable to an extent, where basically everything is going on top of the content and you decide which layers does what. So if that layer right here needs to be the subtract, then it would be the subtract. If it needs to be something else, then it would potentially be something else. And you could do that really, really simply without really thinking about it. And Figma doesn't really allow you to define which specific element is taking what property. It's just, here is what we have, figure it out. So it's a bit of a mess, and yeah, it's just not necessarily good enough for what we're trying to achieve. So that's kind of bad. That feels too small. That kinky as well. 0.7. I don't want to make it too big. I know. I know. It feels wrong. I hate solid icons. That's why I've taken like. No. What do you mean, no? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I don't think. That's a common thing. I don't think I can do that properly here without breaking the angles. And I would love to avoid that, but apparently I am not. So here what I want to have is, instead of having 2 points, I want to have 1.5 point, 1.5 to have the same as the other things. What we here, 0.5 in radius, maybe a point, maybe a 1 in radius could work. These points shouldn't exist, so I'm trying to clean up the thing. However, while doing so, I'm ending up with something that is not necessarily a circle, which is debatable, as always. I feel like 1 is a bit too much, so let's do 0.5 to make it more camera shutter like thing. Yeah, it makes no sense. I feel like this is not going to necessarily work. Yeah, for that reason. Like that. That reason specifically. They were closed. Let's make that 16 in width, I feel like, would be... 18 is a tad big, 16 might be good enough. So that we basically have the ability to move it up, but like 3 points at the bottom, and then that charging cable is, even though a tad big, could, you know. Yeah, it might work. Might work. Still have no idea how to do these. Other than layering. Which means that I have an ID, yes. Yes, it makes sense. Yes, it makes sense. I have an ID. Do I want to do it? No. The ID on this is doing the same thing as the seashell, right about here. And so this kind of works. But again, in pixelated, it's really tiny. And if I don't give it, or if I give it more to be more visible and more understandable, we end up with things that just doesn't look like a seashell, specifically if it's in vector shape. So because the icons are vector shaped in the first place, right? I'm not gonna do that, but goddamn. Like, we could do the exact same thing for the AirPods. I feel like that's gonna be bad. So let's do something else instead. That's gonna be way faster, way easier. We just need these. We need the hands. And then this one to be inverted, right? Faster, better, easier. I wish all icons were the same. The flashlight is a tad complex as well. And the computer, I try to make it like reversed, but it makes no sense. So we ended up with something weird. Don't like it. I think I'm left with what is weird and what I don't have any idea how to properly make. So it's a bit annoying. I think I did this one. So I can retake that as a base for the truck. And then from there, remove this. Right, so that would be our truck, base for truck. I think. It looks kind of weird though, but that's fine. Let's get up this. We'll see. I don't think that will work. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I don't really have the ability to do that. I don't. Good job. You'll figure it out. It will come back. Are you like me? Did you forget to do a git push something? I know. Today I've had only 6 revotes. God damn. I feel like this one needs to stay like this. Like it doesn't make any sense to make it any different. And if we do like a 1.5, which is the initial icon size that we have, we could just outline it and make sure that the head is filled. But I feel like if I fill up the wheels, we end up with something that is wrong for a bicycle. And it doesn't change much, but I feel like that makes sense. Like same thing here, if we just revert it or invert it, maybe the bottom one could be filled like it is right now, but if I fill up this, it's never gonna work. So yeah, these ones makes no sense to me. Oh shit, no, sorry. Wrong key. Wrong key. That and that. Much better. Much better. So first option is to just get the bottom section and highlight the light, which is was my initial thought, but then I thought maybe could have a separation, but if I get a separation, I think that's gonna be wrong. So maybe no separation right there. That's a drain. Yay. It's really bad. It is really bad. I really don't like solid icons, as I've been saying 16 times. One of the things, oh, Stoney also, one of the things I've seen earlier today that I kind of, not really, but I laughed at because the way that they, but it's still bad. So, it's kind of, yeah. It's kind of bad. Like these things. These icons right there that are really, 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 really tiny. Like a font size of 10 makes absolutely no sense. And the alignment here is supposed to be alignment. Oh, sorry, I think it needs to be dot alignment. Just alignment. Blah, blah, blah. I think something like this. No. What am I saying wrong? Oh, it's my dyslexia. Yep, yep. I can't read. I can't read. That is why I'm not a dev. Ah, I'm gonna copy paste that same thing right there and put it right here. So that makes sense. It's a first text baseline things. The thing is, first text baseline basically means that my icons are my baseline, and because the icons of SwiftUI are the way that they are, we might end up with some issues in the alignments for this. But you know, it's fine. Can I regular this? Can the icon be regular? No. So the font weight regular on this makes absolutely no sense. In it. Yeah. So do we have a brain icon? Just the brain? Yes, we do. That's a bean as well. That is a bean. 12, 12. I think 10 is tiny. So maybe, maybe that. And then we have this completion text that is a component. That component is going to take, I think, 12 as well, to make sure that we have everything that is the same. And we know how much words we have in, which is never the case. That's what we have here. It's supposed to be the complexity, I think. So, yeah, that's not how it works. Anyways, details. That was really bad today. As I said, everything for me to just not work on this. I don't like it. I feel like this is too close and it would have benefited from not being that close, but you know, yeah, too late. Also, these are way too close as well. Oh, god damn. Let's reverse. Reverse these. If I make it 1.5 instead of 2, we may have enough space, which was the main point in the first place when we created the icons. And then now I could move things around, and that might work. That's option number 1. Option number 2, I don't do these, but I do the other one, the one that are at the bottom, because that take this. Maybe. What? I think I agree with myself, obviously. On these might benefit from being 1.5 from the line point of view, so that we have enough space in between the elements right there, which again is the initial take. And then from there I can bold the icon that needs to be bolded, and then with that I would be able to move things around and, you know, have a bit more space, less space, whatever. I feel like that's the good potential. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I think, I mean, that might be more complex, but Figma has introduced something last year, mid-year, end of the year-ish, which was multiple edit at once. So if you had multiple things selected in one specific frame and you decided to edit it, you would have the ability to just basically move one, resize one, do something, and it would affect all of them in one go. Right here, I feel like if we had something where you kind of recognize that the points are in the exact same spots, it would make sense, at least from my point of view, to say, oh yeah, we can 100%, you know, edit, select the exact same point the same way on the others because they have matching points. But apparently not, we can't do that, so, you know. It's fine. These ones are going to be annoying. These ones are going to be annoying. One of the things that I don't like about what I just did as well is the fact that now these are technically 1 pixel smaller in terms of height than the other ones. So these ones are 16.5 and these ones are 17. We have like 0.25 at the top and 0.25 at the bottom that is missing from these icons, meaning that visually speaking, we will have some disparities here and there. I don't like this. However, do I care? Yes. Am I lying? Yes, as well. So yeah, we'll see. But these ones are going to go here, here, and here, yes, and then that one is going to go here, 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 and here, and probably here as well. And they go all at the bottom. Same thing here. I forgot, that's on me. But so, how does this work? This now gets these points removed, and this one duplicated. That duplicate is gonna be inverted, removed, removed, subtracted. Good job, me. Subtracted with 4 points, and what we did earlier was a 0.5 to round the edges, and then from there we can select the plus and that, merge them together to have something that kind of makes sense. So let me just select all of these secondary icons in the background. Just select everything and remove the points that are not necessary anymore in one go. The faster I can go with these, the better it will be. So here, for example, we have, well, technically we can remove everything, but that's not even a question, right? If I remove all that, it should be good. I think that what we're missing though is because we have that secondary shoulder in the bottom section of the newer one, that is going to come in conflict with the content. It is. Cool, so these now duplicated down 4 points. I will kill people. Then, and then subtract 0.5 on everything. That is a bit of a repetitive task. Why, you know, at the end of the day, it's good. So this one, for example, has a bit of a mistake. It needs to be a bit higher, which is kind of sad because it doesn't match the rest of the icons. Why? We're fine with it. It'll be fine. I guess it's gonna just work right away because the shoulder here doesn't show itself. So yeah, it's not gonna work here though. This one is not gonna work. We're gonna need to do that. Yeah. These points are gonna disappear. Disappear. That's bad. The 0.5 here is really not working with it. But it's fine. Put that up. And then there, this one is so big. I don't know if it's gonna work. Shit, that's the other way around. I feel like we need to get rid of the part that is on top of the face, which is good, but god damn. I don't know how I feel about it. You know what? I know how I feel about it. I don't like it. And mainly the thing that I don't like is the fact that these lines are so thin, and they should be a tad thicker to make everything work. But now they're so thin. They're so thin. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's a start. Really? Sorry, that isn't what I was expecting. Uh, Also, something that I really don't understand. If I'm already in a subtract mode and it's subtracting something from something, that's what it's doing. I can't outline it. I need these things to be outside to be able to just outline it. Once it is outlined, I can bring it back inside of the element that it was supposed to be subtracted from, and then from there I can edit it. But before then, I couldn't, and that makes absolutely no sense. And I wish I understood, but I don't. Also, that looks like shit. Huh. Yeah, small details. It's gonna be fine. It's going to be fine. See, that's what happened. Um, yeah, I mean, almost. I was on, what the fuck was I? I was on this, and I changed something. And this is something that happened in my head, and I can't really explain it. But I remembered that about 6 days ago, I touched this icon. I touched it up, and I used it in the UI pattern here, even if it was a bit of a smaller way. So I knew that if I touched it in one spot, I need to touch it here as well. That is some of the thing that happens in my designer brain of not losing track of meaningless things that ensure consistency across the design. However, if you tell me that I need to not forget about a meeting, I will forget. Because I don't care about the meeting. But the consistency between the icons, yes, I do. Yes, I do care about that. And therefore, I'm trying to not mess up. But a meeting is not necessary. And yeah, that, that's sad, but that's the truth. But it's not sad. It's more fun than anything, but yeah. Also, icon by icon, when it's the 3000 something, like it's kind of fine. Like we have in total 15, like 1500 something on each pages, and it's the fourth pages. So yeah, I just have to. Some of them are not, like the dev stuff is not going to be solid. That's makes no sense. We might make them a tad thicker. That's something that I thought about earlier. So right now, these things are currently 2 point in weight. And then, if I go to chunk or to huge or something that is a bit like in between these two, it might work better. So right now there are 4. Maybe if I'm putting that at 3, it could still work for ensuring that they have a bit more weight to them, but they are still line specific because it, to me, makes more sense to get these as these compared to 2 point. 2 points seems really thin compared to the rest of the icons. So maybe 0.3 or 3 points might be better, which would imply some changes here and there to make sure that it, it works. Like, for example, if I were to say this, right, it's a bit wider, but you have the understanding of the direction of the thing that you're trying to achieve. Same thing here. If we just said, well, this thing needs to have a bit more leeway so that you see the distance in between the two, that might be an idea. Might be an idea, you know. Might. If you want a set that is not 162, you can just go here, that button right there, and if you go down to the UI kit, starter kit, right there, you will have a set of icons that is pretty cool. Obviously biased, but this one in our icon we have 300 and something. These ones are duotoned bold, so they are kind of half heavy, half not heavy, and they have this duotone effect, which is pretty nice. Same thing, it is one single color. You just need to change one element. I'm not saying that they are the best icon in the world, but they are pretty nice. And then you also have access to all of these, which, you know, useful. But yeah. As reference, because I really need to say that these are coming from bikini icons. Every time. If icon store is still available, which sometimes it's not, and it's slow. Maybe it's dead. I don't know. It's not dead. There is a set of icons that is called bikini icons, which is right there. They have like 60 icons in the beginning, which is not enough, and I kind of tripled the amount. And right now it's dead. So these icons existed, and I built these on top, so you can see how the shop is basically reversed, because I decided that the most important thing was the top instead of the bottom. The profile for the humans is the same thing, like it's the head is more important, so right, inverted, but most of it same thing, same content, same place, same structure in a way. The main difference that we have on this one is that these were 20 by 20 icons, and mine are 24 by 24, so they have a bit more space, but they also have a more constant value of line weight. Got the brain today. But yeah, these ones are pretty nice. Otherwise, these ones, you know, it's the same one that I've built, but you only have a specific set. Like you only have access to these ones. Inline icons. all the rest, which is supposed to load right there, is in images in PNGs. Like here. But they don't load because Figma is shit. But yeah, it's an option. Think about it. Think about it. It might be nice. It could be nice. Yeah, that's already, you see, that's already like kind of tight. So if I move that by 0.5 and maybe that by 0.5 as well, can have a bit more space and still keep like an icon that is recognizable, but not that recognizable. Yeah, no. This one is going to be a bitch. Like that, no lie there. Not a single lie. Because that value right there is just enough to give us a space in pixelated. Otherwise, it's not. This one's fine. I'm guessing these ones are okay. I might just bump them up. By like one up, one down. You know. Might be enough. But yeah, I feel like that's okay. Might be better. Might be better. These ones we did 18, so we did one up, one down, same thing. Consistency, so on. Can't make more sense. And now I'm thinking like these might need to as well. Like putting these at 3 feels kind of wrong. So we can try, that's for sure. You know what? It kind of works. I was hoping it didn't. It does. Kind of works. I'm sorry. Why you dead? Right there? Why? That makes no sense. Makes no sense. Oh. Can we do it the other way though? Sometimes that works. Sometimes that works. If I do this. Makes no sense. I'm gonna try something. It's gonna be the dumbest thing I do, but it might work. Duplicate it and delete everything except that point. And then we can take these and then reorganize shit together. Now, I mean, technically, not even. Like this one, if I move it there, I can then take that, move that up. And now we have the distance. This pisses me off though. I'm not gonna lie. Because we now have 3, 3 instead of these that are at 4, 4. So it would be better for me to, instead of doing 3, 3, I should do this instead. So that we are still at 4, 4. Just a small end of line here. Same thing here. I feel like if I take these 2 points and I make them more in, that give us enough weight around it to get the return, like new line break, visually speaking. And then here, because we have these dots now based on the 3 points, we might be able to just do that instead with these. So I'm gonna, you know, do that. And I guess we're gonna need to have them, yeah, somewhere around here. So that this one basically need these out and these here. Maybe. I have never understood this. I don't understand why, when something is on top, it's taking the parent styling, but if it's at the bottom, it's taking the child styling. It's just, I don't get it. That's all I'm saying. I do not understand. Might have been a mistake on some of them. And I can't really do a 3.5, like that's a 2.5, like that's okay, but it's just half there. So it kind of works, but it doesn't. Come on, Figma, you can do that. You can do that. Oh, shit. This is gonna break again. I feel like, dang it, that one is gonna disappear. No? Good. Cool. Could have disappeared, though. It could have. I don't know if this one is gonna work. If I do that, it's gonna be too much. Huh. It was already. Yeah, this one might need like a 2.5, which is wild. Wild. But it works. It works. I guess the ones that have like a tad more details to them and the font related one might benefit from a 2.5. Anything that is line related is gonna be fine. And god damn it, gonna be fine at like 3. But yeah. Yeah, that makes them way thicker. Way thicker than the rest. Just fine. Mm. Is it though? Maybe. So, layers, pretty simple, right? We don't have much to do on this one. It's just a matter of this outlined and then stacked, subtracted. However, I want these to be sharp so that we are ensuring that it's good. I want this to be at 0 in corner radius so that we don't have anything that, bothers us. And then I can outline this and show that our selection of points inside doesn't exist. And then we can make sure that this is at 3 points and that these are at like 1 point to get our layer shape thingy. And then from there, we just need layer number 2 and layer number 3, right? 1.9, 1.9. Cool. And now is the more complicated stuff. So, these are supposed to be at the bottom. And then we need to subtract things. I guess the bottom one is not necessary just yet, but we'll use that for now. This one needs to have a subtraction from the first one. So the first one needs to be duplicated, and then the first one is to be offsetted, like so, to get the crop basically. And so that subtract, if I add a fill, we get this. And so if I'm taking that secondary option that we just did, and I then move it down to match the second one that we have, right about here, then I remove that, we should be able to get the amount of thing, maybe? Wait, what the fuck? 10.25. 10.5, I guess. Weird. I guess it's almost good. Well, apparently not. I can't even see your messages in there. That's crazy. I need this at minus I think you can do that, no? What is, sorry, my brain is doing math. That's not a thing. Minus 62? Yeah, minus 0.62 is gonna make sure that this has 2 points at the bottom. And so now this one needs to have minus 31, which is right here, to be in the center. Ta-da! Ah, got the. That doesn't work. I think it's the wrong exclamation point. Is that too small? That's what she said. It might be. It's almost like it's a 1 point something. So it might be a tad too small. But I don't want to, you know. Cool down. Why? I guess that's a nice stack. That is a nice stack. Right? Feels like a nice stack. Looks like a nice stack. I would say it's a nice stack. I would say it's a nice stack. So it's either, oh shit, I forgot that. It's either, oh no, I didn't forget that. Sorry, my bad, brain. I can't do that. Like I thought about it and it made no sense. Like I feel like the coin would benefit from a different design rather than anything else. So something like getting this instead, like just the central part, and probably cutting it somewhere around here to, you know, I mean, you don't know, but you know, get the thing cut. And then that gets outlined. That looks more like a puck than anything else. So I don't know how I feel about that. I don't. That took a while. Goddamn. I think you're missing like the thing. Yes, I don't know about this one. It feels weird. The thing is, if I just take, um, if I if I just take the top section right there, right, that's a coin, but it's not necessarily what we need to have. And then if I remove that, but I still get my elements here. I'm selecting like these and moving them up a tad, like somewhere around here. I'm getting a coin, which I think looks like a coin, but it doesn't really work, if that makes any sense. So, yeah. And then same thing here, I really have a bit of a hard time because I need to subtract that band because that's the magnetic band. But I kinda can't, you know, for reasons. So I don't. Like that makes no sense. No sense at all. They. Hey, he's there. Maybe. I was thinking about that. The thing is, but you're so not to dismiss what you're saying. You're right. It needs ridges to make it more like a coin thing. But these icons are 24 pixel by 24 pixels, meaning that when you are zooming in the regular pixelated view, if I had ridges, you wouldn't have this spot. Like it wouldn't really look like anything. So that's the reason why we don't have that, which is sad. But you're right. It would make more sense if it had like strides. The thing is, we would end up with like 3, and that's it. So no. Yeah, on this at this size, less details better. If we go to, is it on this one? It's not. They put that in product? No. Yes. No. There. There? Yes. I guess. Yes. In this one, for example, like the size of the icons, this is roughly the 12 by 12, which is like really tiny. This is the 24 by 24. And this is like the 48 by 48. The 48 by 48 would benefit from more details, and the 12 by 12 would benefit from less details. So having like a bit of a mix in between the two, and potentially like experimenting with other things would make sense. I wish I had like another presentation of what I'm talking about here, because there is like a ton of resources that shows you what you can achieve and how you can achieve it with illustration compared to icon. So basically, when you reach the 40 point by 40 point in terms of an icon and 48 and up, you are in the illustration territory, whereas before that you are mostly in the icon territory, in which case less details better. But if the icon is bigger, you end up with something that is needing more more details into something like the empty states in this size. For example, we have 2 pages inside and it makes sense. In this side we don't, because it starts to be like a bit crammed. And same thing around here, like there are some details that just go away because it just makes no sense. So that's kind of the philosophy behind it. But yeah, on this one, why not? If it was a bit bigger, and that's something that I wish Figma would have as a property, I guess. Something where I'm like, if icon size or height is greater than, then this element is visible. Otherwise, it's not the case. That would be a very, very good addition. But yeah. I don't think I want this. I could. I don't think it works, Tony. I think you made a mistake. I think you made a mistake. Oh, for fuck's sake. At least my bot works. I guess. Why not? Why not? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. That kind of works. That kind of works. I don't know if I want the display to be white as well. I don't think I want the display to be white as well. I'm debating the cards though, because if I have the card on the side, it might make more sense. But yeah, lol. I mean, you did, but it broke. Wasn't expecting that. Nah, fine. All right. All right. Exactly. Exactly. Huh? Huh? No. What is this? What is this? That's on you. That's on you. Yeah, my homepage is showing me things that I'm not supposed to see. So, I guess. Yes. Yes, yes. All right. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD, it's going to be on YouTube for some reason. If you want to ask me a question and for some reason I'm not live, you can join the Discord to ask that there. Otherwise, I will be back on Friday at 5:30 if everything goes well. And yeah, if you want to learn Japanese, as always, use can. It's good. We like it. And if you want to give me some money,
Ma!
buy you like it. It's nice. We're working on it. Anyways, running out of time. Off there. Take care of yourself. Cross, you won. Congrats. And yeah, have a good rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you on Friday. Bye.